Okay, this sounds and looks much better, I hope. Um, okay, so we should probably start with a recap of what we did manage to accomplish. So yesterday we have built infrastructure for our application. We mostly just reuse stuff that I built before for a blog post. We have two projects that separate the platform itself, where we have virtual machines deployed, and then in the other thing we deploy, with the machines we have K3s deployed too, and in the other stack we grab all the information that we had from the previous deployment, so the stack with the platform, we reuse that, and then we work with Kubernetes provider, so we have a database deployed, and we also have an application deployed. So yesterday we just deployed a skeleton of the application, and you can see this today here. I've taken the liberty to improve some stuff that I complained about botching yesterday, so I fixed that, and today we have a new hostname. It's dev Scala today, just not to pollute the prod one, and give us a little bit more of elasticity. So this has completed successfully. I'm gonna clear the buffer, not to leak anything, and we should probably go through what we want to achieve today, because the last thing we did yesterday was to run this piece of code. So we have some case classes here, and we have a class that takes a base URL which we are going to scrape, then goes through API endpoints and just fetches stuff for us. We have those three functions, and I think they mostly provide us with all the information we will need. I don't really recall if that's all that we need. So we're gonna find out by basically checking if that's enough. So we'll check that as we go. Now we have written this small main function here that scrapes the def index just to be absolutely sure that it still works, and I don't have to beg Adrian to redeploy that. Let's see that. Yeah, okay, so we have exactly the same result as yesterday. There's a library, apparently it's called Magic Draw, and we were able to fetch it. We were able to find artifact info for it. We could, by the way, print line, see the project, and also see the first artifact. So the records which we use to fetch the data. Now, this is only important because we need to scrape this database. Oh, did it work? Oh yeah, cool. Oh, it's a Gov Naso. Wow, interesting. Okay, so now that we have a way to access data, it would make sense to scrape this data and store it somewhere. And to store it somewhere, well, we definitely need some database structure. We need to design a database of all this data. So those are the case classes that we have. They seem very straightforward. So I guess this is like we have this here in the scrape method. It all basically shows us the relationships that we are going to have in the database. So we have projects, and each project, we take the first one, each project has multiple artifacts. So we get, what is that? That's a vector of artifacts. So we get a vector of artifacts, multiple artifacts that are bound to this project, and then we take the first of them and we fetch its artifact info, and we only get one artifact info here. So that means that because that's the first one, that means that we also have a relationship where we have one-to-many. So one-to-many from project to artifacts, one-to-many from artifacts. I mean, one-to-one, right? No. I mean one-to-one between an artifact and artifact info. Because if we mapped on that, we would get exactly one artifact info per artifact. So relationships are one-to-many and one-to-one. Now, I would like to design that visually, but I haven't used mirror yet. I was told that it's nice. I have to admit I use Lucidchart mostly, and I don't really know how mirror works. And oh, it's paid. Cool. Yeah. I guess probably it's time to use Draw.io. Yeah. Oh, files, yeah. Engineering, nope. Cloud, no. Tables, nope. That's probably an overkill. Oh yeah, definitely an overkill. Yeah, no, let's just drop everything that we don't need. Oh, come on. Okay. Is that the diagram for tables, by the way? Looks kind of. Mm, no. Oh, yeah. Had a hunch it's borked. Okay, so we have a projects table, right? And yeah, I think we are going to need ID. I'm wondering which, well, the ordering probably doesn't make much sense, but we are going to have paging. So it would, make sense to use ID that's easy to sort. I guess we can just, live with integer ID. Maybe we don't need any fancy UID version 7 or 8 identifiers, I hope. So we have ID. Let's see, what else do we got here? It's organization and repository. Thank you. No need. Okay. Maybe just to keep it real, let's use correct casing everywhere. Okay, so artifacts, yeah, they are also going to have synthetic IDs, and they have some data that is important. Group ID, artifact ID, and version. Oh, thank you. And the last one is version. Now there should be an ending here. Nope. I want the arrow to use the proper, too many. General. Nope. Oh, And the third one was artifact info. Now the question is, do we actually need to have 3 tables? We could denormalize that, but actually, do we really need that? Because since we have exactly 1, right? I'm not making it up. No. For each artifact we get 1 artifact info. So I guess we could just put everything into 1 table, like extend the artifact table, and this is duplicated. Oh, 3 things are duplicated, so no need to duplicate them again. We could just put all those additional fields into that table, and yeah, that would be all, wouldn't it? So, well, scraping will just probably, issue a call for artifact and its info, and then just insert that together into the database. I don't see how that is going to bite me in the future. Maybe it will, but let's see. So let's drop this concept completely. We don't need that. Okay. That's odd. Well, it's just for making things a little bit simpler. So I guess we can live with the tables not being very nice. By the way, I haven't checked on chat. Oh well, nothing's happening in chat. Good morning, by the way. I didn't check how many we need. Are they vertically aligned? Yeah, they have to be. I'm a little bit OCD about stupid visual stuff. Sorry for that. Release date. It's a long, probably Unix timestamp. Licenses. Language. Oh yeah, I went overboard with amount of those fields. Platform. We could probably drop some of the stuff, but maybe for instance, platform field could come handy for filtering, maybe, because artifact ID is an artifact ID that has all the details because it has a suffix. It has a Scala suffix, so we could deconstruct that, and that would also work. Okay, that looks easy enough, nothing fancy here. So probably we already have a resources folder. I guess because we exposed the whole resources folder in the HTTP layer here. So we probably should add a separate folder for static artifacts, like Scala logo, and add this path here so that it looks into static. Oh, I think I have to add a slash here. So yeah, that's static. Okay, that should work fine. We need this SQL directory to hold migrations for Flyway, which we have added yesterday. So for those of you who didn't watch the previous stream about that, we have selected some libraries that we want to use. So, well, there's not much to say. You can just see what we have here. We have Toolkit giving us some basic capabilities, HTTP server, aux for concurrency if we need any. We probably will for scraping. We have logging, and we unfortunately have to have binding for SLF4J. I didn't care enough to check what is bringing SLF4J onto ClassPath. That's sad. I hoped we could avoid that, but well, we can just bind scribe to that, and that's fine probably. So we have Magnum with Postgres driver and Hikari connection pool, Flyway for migration, Scala tags, and yeah, for Scala tags that looks actually quite funny because that's the whole document that we have. So the whole thing that you can see here, it's here in Scala as Scala tags. So we are going to use that for templating. I did a rant about encoding templates into programming language and making them unusable for any person that knows HTML and works with HTML yesterday, so I'm not gonna repeat myself on that. And the next step would be to write SQL. And that, already gets me anxious because SQL, I know SQL, I guess, pretty well. I just always forget the syntax for specifics. But we have OpenAI application installed. I think it's recall mind something MindMac. Cool. So yeah, Flyway has this convention that you have to name those with correct order. I think it is fair to, it is possible to, they just have to have the ordinal as the first character, and you can then name that. And the name of the file goes into the migrations table. So that's also useful if you want to check what has been applied and what wasn't applied yet. Okay. I'm gonna just, cheat a little bit. So we don't really need infrastructure anymore, at least for now, until we redeploy stuff. Now, I'm wondering, because those initial experiments that we are going to perform in a moment, it would be much more useful. We had this plan yesterday. I was thinking about deploying that local Kubernetes in Docker here, but we are not gonna do that. We're gonna simplify that. We're just gonna run application locally and deploy Postgres to a container running on my MacBook. That should be good enough, and it should work pretty well. The only thing that is tricky, and that's something I didn't do yet, is that we are already, oh no, remove, no, don't ignore, no, don't do that. Why? Oh yeah, because main is a jar. Cool. So we used bsum configure module yesterday, and that means that we have this resolve configuration call, and I have to remind myself what was the convention for environmental variables, because currently the application assumes that it's gonna be deployed by our infrastructure management tool, so bsum, and there is a convention for environment variables that get passed to feed configuration into this part of bsum configure. So it will basically read some environment variables and put them into this class. Now, next thing we want to do here is JDBC URL, right? So I guess the best way to figure that out would be to just go to our repository and check how that worked. I did open a pull request recently, so it should be fairly easy to find. Now we are probably looking for configured 60. Okay, probably here. Now, what was the convention I used? From env. Probably here. Did I write a test for that? Oh, yeah. Okay. LOS 0.0.1. We are testing the first loss. Okay, so this is a list of strings, and it just takes this format. So this is the convention. You can see how it works here in this test. So fields. Interesting. I had a recollection that I added a non-optional prefix to avoid conflicts, but it seems I didn't. Anyway, it seems that we just need to pass environment variables that match the name of the field. So just port and then JDBC URL, and it will be fine. That's good. That's actually pretty easy to do. Okay, so SQL, we have to create those tables. Now, like I said, I want to cheat a little bit. Do you think this new model will handle our database chart? So if I do a screenshot, uh, it will probably work in chat, right? But I'm not sure whether this thing can do this. Oh, I can only have so many conversations. No, I'll try right later. Yeah. So yeah, let's just delete stuff. Yep. Okay. Now we can do this. Mm, can we add stuff? Apparently we can, which is great. We are using GPT-4o, the new model, so it is multimodal. It should just work, right? So we have a screenshot. Can you write PostgreSQL DDL statements to create two tables as seen on the database chart? Let's see. Well, I'll be damned. Huh. I'm wondering about those limits. We can bump them, don't you think? Because that might be too small. I don't think there are such limits in real life. So that could explode, and we don't really want that to explode. I'm not familiar with group ID and artifact ID if they have any limitations like that. Version 50 characters, I would say 255 would be better here. But yeah, basically that's very nice. So what did it use for the foreign key? Project references project ID. It's just this integer, not null. Cool. Looks fine. Went easier than I expected. Okay. So what do we do now? I believe we have to set up Flyway and well also JDBC URL, right? I'm just gonna take a string. We're not gonna verify that yet. By the way, in the future, you will be able to use actual opaque types or value types here, and that means you can have that strongly typed. For the moment, I've just experimented with Iron library, which is like a new refined, but for Scala 3, and it worked. It just needs some support on the schema level. So when we query stuff in the BSOM CFG module for BSOM itself, we ask this application, hey, what configuration do you need? And it answers with JSON. So the JSON holds information about names and the structure, obviously, of the classes that we are going to build, names of fields and types. So if we want to pass some refinements on types, we can do that. We just have to push more information through the JSON and make sure that, all the necessary... Oh, hello, Mateusz. Hi, Rust Give Me. Why Rust Give Me, by the way? Is that related to Rust game? I'm fine, by the way. How are you? So we can make this a better, more type-safe thing with something like Iron. And I think Iron has a regex validation type. So we could have this type checked as regex, matching an URL. It would be fairly complex regex, but yeah, you could do that. You just have to add a module to be some configure to be able to do that, to pass iron refinements. Fairly complex but doable. So right now, to start the application locally, we have to set those two things as n variables. Now we want to start run migrations with flyway. Let's see. Okay. Okay. We need to give him a bit, more hints from class path. SQL. I mean, just SQL. Let's see what it comes up with. Yeah. So this is username and password, right? I'm not sure that's gonna fly. Let's use Postgres and Postgres because that depends on how I configure the image, the container. SQL. I'm always not really sure about this syntax. I mean, the prefix is fine. I'm just not sure whether we need this slash here. Load. So flyway will probably do its job here. Oh, we don't have an import. Cool. Obviously, we're gonna, refactor that later, but for the time being, it should work. Okay, so we need a Postgres container. We don't need that for the moment. Neither this. This is localhost. That was something I was showing yesterday. That's the blog post from which we have stolen the infrastructure. And that's the pull request that adds the APIs that we are scraping. Okay, so we can, I think, close all of that. We already have the API. We don't need Scala DAX, but okay, Postgres, Docker image. I'm gonna start walking, by the way, because it's already 10:30. If what language you need to know to work with Scala? Are you asking about what is the best way to learn Scala? From what to start? Sorry, I'm not really used to checking the chat all the time, but I'm trying to do better. So let's take 16.3, and there was, I recall, yeah, Docker Compose. We don't really need Docker Compose. We can live with something like that. Postgres. Oh, I did recall that correctly. Password and Russ, give me. I don't understand the question really. So we need to go to app and, well, do we really? But the Postgres run name, some Postgres, Scala today, Postgres password, Postgres. Okay. I probably should also pass a volume. So let's maybe stop that. Volumes. PG data. Yeah. Now, I always remember that those two things are not as easy as one would think. Mostly because the directory that is being used by volume, I think it's owned by another user. That was true on Linux for sure. I'm just not sure whether the same is true on Mac. Only one way to check out, by the way, so custom mount. Yeah, let's make a directory here, and now we need to add those two things here. Okay, PG data. Yeah, this one is fine. We don't need any more, any other stuff here, but we need this. This is official, by the way, so no need to do the dollar here, and this should work just fine, I hope. Oh no! Oh yeah, I didn't click Ctrl C fast enough. What? It's not running. Okay, it's just created, so it wasn't started. 7.9. Thank you. Cool. Exited. Awesome. Logs. No. Invalid option V. Oh, I know what happened. I think D Postgres has to go as the last bit. No, come on. Stupid shell. Nope. Okay. I'm not gonna have nice multi-line. D Postgres. I know. Not such container. 87. Cool. Yes, it's up. 201. Okay. Let's see that we have files here in PG data. Okay, and just, just to see, okay, so it is owned by my user. It works differently on Mac. Hi Alex. Hi Kun. Okay, so we have a database. Oh, wait, did we expose the port? No. Okay, kill 201. I think we have to. So we have to go back here, and the syntax was, I think, -p. I hope so. It's 4321 5432. 5432. No. Okay. Is it going to? No. Oh, it's trying to use a Unix socket. I think it was H localhost P 5432 D Postgres. No. DB name is D. What was the host? Minus H? No, that was HTML output. Wouldn't work. Specifies the host. Oh, small h. Probably the port will be. What? Oh, user. Um, no. It was big U, probably. Okay, it works. Cool. So yeah. No relations. Cool. We have a database. Would be good to compose this JDBC URL that we need. Now, that is always a bit tricky, so let's just, ask GPT to do that. Thanks for the explanation, by the way. Cool. Oh yeah, JDBC. Okay. Port, let's make it 8080, and think we should be fine now. Run. Yeah. Now I think we have to specify the main class now. I think it was HTTP main, wasn't it? Oh no. No, it wasn't. It's just Scala today main, right? Oh, cool. No database found to handle. I don't recall this error. Do you recall that error? I think it starts the database, right? It is. We are using -d. PostgreSDB. Okay, so the database was created. So what is the problem? No database found to handle. And user is Postgres and password is also Postgres, and we have specified that in the connection here. For sanity's sake, but it has to work. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. No database found to handle JDBC PostgreSQL. What was? Yeah. Just to save time. Let's see. But we do have the driver, right? And we aren't really required to connect on our own. It should just load the driver, right? So let's, sanity check. Yeah, there is a Postgres driver. Migrations are here. No database to handle. Huh. Distasteful. Do we really need to do a flyway migrate? I don't recall that. Probably. But that doesn't change anything, right? It froze before that, yeah. No database found to handle JDBC PostgreSQL. Well, we did check with PSQL that we can connect there. I'm typing Postgres password, so yeah, definitely here. What do I have to connect manually to check? Maybe let's try and do that. No. Come on. Okay. And we can use Magnum to check that. I mean, we could do that even simpler, but Magnum is just one liner. I guess we just need a data source. We get a data source already. Yeah, we have a data source. So we just need to connect, and from Magnum, by the way. What was the import? Yeah, that's the one. And guess we got a SQL execute. No, it's not execute, I think. It's query, and now it thinks it's doobie, so it proposes a unique. No, it's just run. Is there any unique? I don't think there is a unique. No, there isn't. Print line. Okay, I do understand. Where are you coming from with this? Yeah, and the data source is called data source. Cool. Okay, it does compile now. Let's see. Okay, well, connection works. So flyway, what the hell? So JDBC URL works with Hikari. Hikari is fine. Oh, Hikari is bringing yeah, obviously. Hikari is bringing. Now I'm wondering why I didn't think about that. Hikari is bringing. Oh my god. SLF4J. So, yeah. So this connects. Works nice. Flyway is not really helpful. Did we botch something? What is JDBC saying? I mean, my mind is completely broken after yesterday gym. So sorry for being a bit slower today. So configure data source. What are we using here? It's data source. Locations, yeah, it's fine. I recall that API. Why doesn't it work? No database found to handle JDBC PostgreSQL. Okay, it's probably time to use Google. Oh, it's a Scala issue. SBD. Okay. Oh, tries to upgrade Flyway. Okay. They changed the way Flyway is distributed. If you want Postgres sample. Oh, I didn't know that. They've pulled out driver support. Oh. Okay, so this is fine. We can work with that. So it's just core now. And yeah, we are going to assume that the versioning of the packages that provide database support, specific database support, they trail this, so they have the same versioning scheme. Yeah, let's see. Oh, okay, cool. You can do that. It seems successfully validated 0 migrations. Are migrations set up correctly? Yeah. Okay, so at least it started. Let's see what is the next problem here. So is it that it has to be SQL? I don't know. Without this slash. Validated zero migrations. Cool. Yeah, this always happen. Always. Every single time. Migrations on the class path. Yeah. This is with Spring. Not helpful. This is also Spring, probably not helpful. Yeah, because they configure everything with some weird properties. No. Oh, double underscore. Oh, yeah. This is specific. This is more specific than what I did here. Let's see. Yes, and we have the first migration done. Cool. Okay. Since we already have this, we could just refactor that and put that into a separate DB file. No, not Java file. Yeah, an empty file called DB. Package Scala today. And we are just gonna move this whole thing, connect manually to the DB using Hikari. We can drop this comment. We don't need this anymore. We definitely don't need this anymore. Now, what we do need so we are gonna handle that with either. And that is, can we use this way, by the way? We need an import. It's configuration optional. It seems so. This is fine. And def perform migrations. Is this method, does that method return an int? No. Cool. Thank you so much. That's not an int, that's migrate result. Apparently, whatever that is. So what do we have here? Is it useful for anything? If we wanted to pretty print that information to logs, maybe. Yeah, well, let's just assume that it, explodes if you drop it. Okay, I think we also need to be sane here and pass user and password. User, password. Okay, cool. That's fine. We can drop this. Oh, did we? Does it? Oh yeah, it has class path SQL. Fine. Means that we should be now able to just perform migrations from here, right? Yeah, and we are just gonna hard code that get username from config. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, so DB is actually not an object. We could just make it an object though. Just to have this namespace. Oh, we don't need an OK. I mean, we could, but we don't have aux with either here. Okay, this should just work from what I recall. Cool. Now the funny thing is, this returns an either. So it's probably not the best choice here. Because we want to crash the application here. So it's not composition. Not really. And that's something that, I wanted to talk and think about. What, I wanted to explore the space of what the best practices would be for writing stuff in whatever lean Scala turns out to be. So we have this combinator, and it's very, very useful because it allows us to, basically do this. If we try to call OK on an either, it's not gonna indent itself. Cool. Let's help it. It's gonna tell us, okay, so you can't really do that. It has to be an either call. Why? Well, it is a happy path operator. So it assumes that the right side of either is exactly the value that we want to get. And we could assign result. We could create a value here, assign that. It's currently nothing because compiler is unable to deduce what is going to happen because this doesn't compile yet. So if I do either, and I create a scope in which either effects are handled, that works just fine. But tricky part is that we get a value out of this. It turns that into a value. So we don't return anything. If we return, let's say, 23, this is either a throwable and end. And this is very useful when you want to compose stuff. But we are in the main scope. We want to crash the application, or if we had some additional handlers to augment the error, improve it, and inform the user why the application crashed without just crashing with a random exception. We could do this. We could work with iders here, but for now, actually this isn't useful for us because we're in the main scope and we just want to crash. So OK is not gonna fly. I mean, we're just gonna use the classic shitty approach, which is just to call write projection and then call get on it. We don't, it does the same thing, but the difference is, because, if we do result here, we get a migrate result. So what we had in the either block with OK here, but the difference is this throws an exception. You can see this in the description of the method. Returns the value from this write or throws no such element exception. Just probably even worse if you think about it. We could also be more explicit about this and just use pattern matching. So this is an error, and we can rethrow that, crash the application, and with we can do this with migrate result. Let's see whatever our IDE tells us. Okay, we can do something like that, and this is probably much more useful, and we can run that and see what happens. Okay, no migration necessary, migration result 0, migration executed, starting server at port 8080, which is exactly what I wanted. Oh, and handling of files is broken. Okay, I did change that. Now, why is it broken, by the way? So we are in static here. So it's here, right? Not here. Here. Still broken. Static. Maybe like this. I don't know. Okay, this works. Cool. Yeah, the class path garbage is always painful. JDBC URL garbage is always painful. Flyway garbage is always painful. But once you set it up completely, it almost never changes, and you have to test that. Stringly typed stuff. Okay. Okay. So, what is the next thing that we want to do? We spent an hour on getting tables up. We could, write to them, for instance. So now, what is the best way to do this actually? If we think about this, so going back to scraping. So we know that we want to run this once, and then scrape all the projects, and we want to scrap, pull all the artifacts for all the projects, probably in parallel, but without going overboard with parallelism. So there is going to be some small delay for database operations that's going to slow us down a little bit. Probably, not enough to really, really make it, make the throughput small enough not to choke the service that we are scraping. And I don't want to choke it, even, given that it's a dev instance of Scala DEX. It would be nice not to overdo that. So let's see if we can just insert the stuff that we have pulled here. So I would go with Magnum's repository pattern. It will make stuff probably easier for us, I think, in the longer run. So we get this. Now we have entities that we have for the serialization and scraping, but we probably also need entities to write to database. Now we probably won't be using Chimney for now to pass all this information from one to other, but if that data type grows, it probably won't. If that data type grows, we could use that. So for now, we are just going to create those entities, because if we don't do that, we'll be forced to work with that, and this doesn't match our table because we have fused that. So let's copy those classes to DB. We don't need that. We aren't going to work with JSON now. And yeah. So we have an ID, and it's an int. And we also need those annotations, so we need an import. Do we have this import already? Oh, we have Hikari, we have Flyway, and we don't have. We don't have a Magnum import. Okay. So let's call it project row, maybe, just to distinguish that. ID, I think. And what else do we need? Repositories. Oh, derives DB codec. Yeah. So we are going to work with database. We need a way to represent this class as a row in database. Its ID from, it starts with a large case letter. Uppercase. My brain is truly fried. Do we need anything else? Yeah, we need this. We need to annotate the class with some meta information related to database. So it's going to be mapped to Postgres types, and it's going to use camel to snake case. Now I think I botched the migrations. We just checked that they work, but I didn't fix the sizes here, and I would like to play it safe, because migrations, scraping takes a lot of time, especially if we throttle it. So if we arrive in 75%, something that is there already, that would require a restart, and it takes more time to complete. So we are probably just gonna drop the database manually. I don't recall what the correct size was. Yeah, but we can fix that later. Probably. Version. Let's make it. Is it going to be that big ever? I mean, yeah, people can put a whole commit hash into that, but it's still smaller, so maybe there is no reason to worry. Can be. We have to, give some. We have to have some leeway here. Integer project integer not null. That's a foreign key. Really nice. Release date asset date. Now, from what I recall, that's not a date. That's not a date at all, because what we, the best way would be to check what we actually get in script. Okay, we don't have that. We should just run this scraping. Okay, so this is probably a Unix timestamp. What's the date? Okay, kinda makes sense. We could find this library. That's 211 enhanced ND API magic draw. Sonotype. Showing 0 results. Very nice. Oh, come on. Really? What the hell? Wow. Is it, was it deleted? Impossible, right? So that would be what? Component namespace? Okay, now this is weird. Extremely weird. Okay. So maybe in repository. Oh, JPL IMCE repo. So it's not a sonotype. Huh. Okay, that's. Do we have this information? Oh yeah, I think it is here. Right or not? Artifact name, no. Language platform. No, we don't get information about where this is actually, where this artifact lives. Huh. Well, it's not really important for now. So, okay, we can find it on Maven repository website. I just wanted to check. Oh, come on. Enhanced API. So the version for 2.11, okay, and this was what version? 5.2.3, okay, yes, August 31, 2017. So I guess it checks out. Yes, it checks out. It's a correct Unix timestamp. Cool. So going back to migrations, it will be what date time TZ, right? I think it was TZ. timestamp tz. My god. I'm really... Okay, licenses. This isn't a voucher. Um, it's an array of strings, right? Yeah, it's a text, probably. Is text fine? I guess so. I mean, it's gonna be very short. Can you use varchar? No. Sort of arbitrary, I guess. Language. What do we have as a language? Version. Yeah, so varchar 50 is fine. It won't be ever bigger than that. Platform is probably 50. It's fine too. Now it would, you know, make sense to connect there. I think there was a syntax to do that. Drop all tables? No. Chat, do you recall the most, famous command? Drop all? No. What's the command for that? Drop schema. Okay. Might be why I don't recall that. Okay. I don't care. Oh. Cool. So we have cleaned that up. Yeah. So, once this is restarted, it will migrate stuff for us again. Okay, so we have migrations done. And we are still serving that, but we don't really need to host the HTTP server for now. We are going to operate with this for time being, just to fill the database a bit. I'm just gonna quickly grab a cup of tea, so I'll be back in a moment. See you soon. Okay, welcome back. Got some tea. By the way, you know, my cups of tea go am according. It's like a family tradition to buy stupid mugs of mugs for tea and coffee. Table. Okay, so where are we? We have this table, and I mean case class representing a table. This is probably gonna be just fine. We have three fields, nothing fancy here. Now, it's just int and two strings. We can close this for a moment. We can probably close project, probably close templates and HTMX support. Now, now we have this thing, but this needs fusing. We need to fuse it. Yes, exactly, and derives DB codec. We can drop this whole thing, and now, cool. Now it's an open question. How do we represent the array of text? And I never did that. So it's a good question whether Magnum is able to represent arrays. Okay, so there's an additional module that we need if we want to use those features. PG point. Okay, I guess, is it going to be IRA? I guess we'll see. Let's add this to project. DB Magnum. So it's Postgres specific. And how do we use this? I guess, oh, okay, PG codec. So we need an additional import. Will this work? It says we should use IRA. Okay, apparently now this is fine. It's even better, if you ask me. Linked lists are slowly becoming root of all performance evil in my mind. I recall a situation when I used to work at a data engineering team in a data platform for a relatively big customer, multinational company. So they had a lot of data, and we used to work with Spark, and we used to write Spark transformations, and we used to use the most basic types available. So everything was typed as sec, and the default implementation for sec is list in Scala, and it's a linked list, immutable linked list. And it didn't really go very fast. So I remember that we tried replacing that with even vectors, and it was faster, like 10 to 15% per run. So non-negligible, to be honest. Okay. What do we do now? We have to define repositories, and with those repos we will be able to insert the first row. Do we have upserts, by the way? Because we want to have logic for restarts already built in. Now restarts are a bit problematic, and everything depends on how long a single scrape process will take. I did scrape the whole Scala database once, and it was kind of big. It was a lot of data. Let me check what the size of this table. It was using SQLite. Projects, Scala, today old, and we want this database Scala today DB. Okay, so it's almost half a gig, 461 megabytes of data, and I recall that with proper throughput control and without parallelism, because it was scraped from prod. I wanted to be a nice guy and not impact the service level. It wasn't very important, so I just started a script, left it running, and it took, I think, 25 or 26 hours to scrape the whole thing. I probably could have gotten away with running that like 2 times, 3 times maybe faster, but I just didn't really care about speed back then. Now, I think most of the performance problems came from how this old API was structured. And we had to do a lot of dump queries and a lot of paging. I don't see any need for paging right now because we only get one collection for projects, and we start with projects. So yeah, maybe it will be fine this time. Maybe we should just go into this this database and take a look at what is available in it. Do I have any? Okay, I have a. Oh, I think DB browser was bad and dbeaver was fine. Okay, let me just pull it here. I want an SQLite path open projects Scala today alt cool. Do not send. Okay, whatever. Okay, so we had artifacts and projects. Looks pretty similar, if you ask me, to what we have now. And oh, by the way, we have camel to snake case. Did we make the? Oh yeah, we did make the mistake. Scala name mapper. Do we need a mapper? Same case. Ah, mistake. And the same applies here because we didn't. It doesn't matter in this case, but we didn't do this properly here. Do we have to? Dear chat, tell me, should we respect the usual convention of naming stuff in Postgres? Should we rename that to, using snake case? Okay, I'm gonna take it as just ignore that. And okay, so what is next thing that we want to do? We have this database, and we could check what we had there that made it so big. I kind of I have a feeling that I understand that we are going to get the same amount of data, so it's probably gonna take the same amount of time to scrape it, and that's quite a lot of time. We can definitely overload the dev environment a little bit. It's not prod, so we can make it go much faster. I think we have basically this is projects and this is artifacts. We have logo. Oh, there was a logo. We don't have that now. I wonder if it matters. Probably not. Maybe we want that to show that in the table at the front end, but let's worry about that later. So what is the artifact count? Oh, no. How do you use this? I just want to run a query. SQL, yeah. We don't want all of that, I would say. Oh, okay. What is the count of artifacts here? 17. Okay. It's a similar number, and I did this scrape a while ago. Like, I think 5 or 6 months ago. So given the rate in which new artifacts are published, that would make sense. Cool. So we should now create repos for projects and artifacts. Okay, no, it's actually simpler than that. You just need to extend that. So with a key. So we have entity creator minus those generated by database. Okay, I have to read that up because immutable repo is different, and it makes sense. It makes a lot of sense because we want to have IDs auto-generated by the database, and we're going to use returning statements to get the IDs of stuff that we create. At least for projects, we need ID of the project for all the artifacts that we're going to insert into the database for that particular project. Okay, we need repo user. How is it possible? Oh yeah, I think this is the case that is of interest for us. So we want to have something that doesn't have ID column yet. So going back here, we want to have a project row and a project creator. And it's not going to have ID yet. From what I recall, yeah, it still needs a DB codec. And the same, I think, is required for this thing. Oh, we didn't do that. Okay, not a problem, because user creator doesn't have to have table annotation. Project repo will now have project creator, project role, and ID is what? Int. It's an int. And that's all. We basically get a bunch of methods to use with repository that will work on those types. We can insert with a project creator, getting the project role or ID. And the same thing, now we don't have ID here, which makes it a little bit easier to copy. We're gonna do this with creator, and artifact row is fine, it just needs an ID. Cool. So for artifacts, we also need repo. And yeah, so this is where Copilot helps a lot. It just, understand that it's basically the same pattern. We just want to do the same thing here and, use correct strings basically, because it thinks about it as just, strings. So this makes sense. So we can go to scraping now, and we can try to insert that stuff. Now, upserts would be nice. So let's say we have project repo, db project repo, and we also have nope, that's coming in a moment. Artifact repo. Cool. Now, okay, this makes sense, I guess. Insert. Oh, and we aren't going to use this because those methods throw. That's my only problem with Magnum, that it throws. So basically, what I could do to alleviate it very quickly would be to do an extension of type A, where I want this to be exp of A, which is lazy, that's a biname, and I want to catch it basically. I want to run it with a try. How would we call this? Maybe let's call it an attempt. And yeah, that's I would say what I would like to have. So it would be attempt, and is it okay? So what we get from here, what does the insert? Insert doesn't do anything. We want insert returning. So it should return, okay, project role. So what I did, I created an extension method that takes the whole thing it is extending. Does it work? No given method for dbcon. Oh yeah, sure, that makes a lot of sense, because now we need a transact. And yeah, we need the data source. From what I recall, this is either, so that's fine. We can use OK. Data source, yeah, it should. Oh no. I think it was just Postgres, wasn't it? And yeah, we hard coded username and password. Not nice, not nice. Let's fix it. Cool. Now this won't compile. No, no, no takers, no autopilot. Oh no, DS. Let's call it DS to not have it clash. Transact with a DS, and this has to now be in a nested scope. And in this scope, this function allows us to open a scope. Oh, it doesn't see the method. Okay, so we are going to import August, not Apple, August, Magnum. Yeah, exactly this. And now this function is in scope, and it does return a full project row with all the stuff that we needed inserted already with an ID, and it won't throw because I have added this thingy. That's one thing to to remember, because those APIs in stark contrast to all the APIs that are wrapped when you are using a functional effect library like Cat's Effect or Zio or Kyo, the you need a facade that already does this for you. We don't have a facade for Magnum, and maybe it's just a question to talk with August about exposing safe APIs, because those APIs, well, if it returns a project row, not neither of error and project row, just project row, it has to throw, right? It's a database operation, so well, there is nothing else it can do. If it fails, it just throws. So it's basically lying on the signature level, and I know that, so I know that I have to add an attempt, but it's it's a bit misleading. That's something that I will Oh, hello, Grzegorz. I have no idea what backend banter is, but yeah, well, that's a good idea probably. Could you elaborate a bit on that? Could you explain what those podcasts are? I mean, it's something that we would like to do, like presenting Scala to non-Scala audience, especially the stuff that I'm trying to do right now, and that's basically proving that you can write Scala without all the craft, and it's very nice and very pleasant language, but you know I don't really watch a lot of content from non-Scala community. There are some people that I follow, and they are mostly Java folks, some people from front-end areas. So I mostly know what is happening in those communities, but I don't really view general programming content. Some podcasts, not very often. So if you have any ideas about where we could talk with people and ask them if they would like to talk about Scala in a podcast, if you have any ideas about podcasts like that, other than Backend Banter, for example, that would be great if you could provide them. I can contact them and we can start a conversation about that. Okay. So where we are, we have inserted the first project. Now let's try and insert the first artifact, and let's see that our integration with database works as we would like it to work. It's probably also a moment, or rather the correct moment, to start writing tests. So integration tests would be my first guess. The only problem is that I dislike tests that have to scrape something, so we'll probably need to expose some dummy API to scrape it. Anyway, so we have done this. Now The same thing for the artifact. Come on, Copilot. Okay, we don't really care about end value. I mean, we don't need that. Or maybe, yeah, let's, just for sanity's sake, to see in the print line that everything that we wanted is here. Let's see that. Is that correct, by the way? Oh, not really. Okay, so our... Oh. Oh, okay. So I think we are missing a 2i method because we deserialized that. We deserialized that to a list, and it was fine. I don't think we can do the same thing with IRA. Maybe. Okay, maybe we can do that. So it should be fine. Oh no. Yeah, different compilation phase. Okay, so there is no codec for IRA. And I don't want to waste time on writing one. We're gonna stay with list. Or, rather vector, because fuck lists. So we need to convert that to RI. Now IRI is something. It's a new construct. Not sure because we don't have this. Maybe the generic method. Okay, IRI is not a factory. It's an opaque type over RI. Okay, and we don't have two IRA method on collections yet because standard library is still frozen. There's a SIP, so Scala improvement process open for unfreezing the standard library, and only after that is done, we will be able to add new combinators, new methods to Scala standard library. So for now, we are kind of toast. I hope there is a way to turn. Okay. Let's go one more time here, and I just want to click this. Is there a way to construct it? Okay, that's just, those are extensions that, bring all the usual methods. How do we construct that? Scala free IRI. It's a bit of a problem. It's an immutable RI, basically. Maybe we, could just unpack that, but that's a bit wasteful. Oh, there's a from. Okay, there's a from method, which, if it's implemented in a sane way, should do all the things that we need. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so we have this stuff. Let's add demarcation line. Oh, thank you. Yeah, longer one is fine too. And now we want to, see whatever we have down here. And I like using pprint, another project by Howie. Just to have nice visual confirmation that everything is working. Come on, thank you. I think we are on what, 9.7 currently? No, not 9.7. 9.3 maybe? No. Okay, 6.6. I recall that. Where is, okay, yeah, I wanted this. Oh, 090 is the current version. Cool. So we can replace this with this. And it also should work, and it will print something that is much more readable. We're gonna drop that because frankly it should be a dependency only in task scope, but you know, it's fine for current moment. Okay, scraping, let's see whether this works. Okay, so one interesting thing is that this is a main method, right? So we have the same problem. This is bound to nothing. So if we do this, we get a neither. And you know, to actually make it do something, we have to either do this. Was it log? Is it log? Maybe it's just log. Okay. It will now pretty print the error that we get from here. So this would be, functional composition. It would be for comprehension if we wanted to do this, but with OK and this either scope, we can write code like in Python, and it's a bit simpler. There are no two different syntaxes. I would say it's fine. Cool. Error executing query. Relation project row doesn't exist. Okay, we have to fix that. There was a way, I think, to provide a name mapper, or maybe not. I think there was a way so that you can have a name of the type that is different from the actual table name. Database generated columns specifications are for queries. Not sure. I think it will be in the source code, right? So it's a small library. That's basically the whole code base. Column names is not what we want. We want a table name. Table info is something that we can get, but is there a way to rename the table? I don't remember if there is something like that. Huh. Skill name. Maybe this is the thing that we want. It's an annotation. Okay. I'm gonna, just assume that that's exactly what we want. I think we named it projects, didn't we? Yeah. And the same is necessary here. Cool. Thank you, Copilot. And scraping. Let's see. Okay, error executing query. Character varying, column project. Oh, we botched something. Project. How did we do this? It's into artifact. So artifact creator, artifact. Huh, we don't even have that here. So artifact ID and group ID are identifiers from Maven, and artifact would be an int. It's not, no, it's project. It's fine, project. And project is string, and it's not a string, it's just an identifier. And so why does it compile? Project, and this is string. Why? Wait, what? Okay, I'm confused. We're gonna need this before this crashes. Okay, this is a string, but why? Let's revert this change for a moment and just see what we get from the API. Okay, so this is pre-printed by pprint. Is it, oh, hello, it's Hajisake? Hi there. So this is project, okay, we have, oh, I missed that. God damn. It seems we are going to have another. We are going to have another migration necessary. We're going to have another, migration step necessary, base migration, because I fucked it up. So it is project, and project is fine. But this is a string, so project has to be a varchar. And it's a reference, apparently, to probably GitHub. I guess we could check. I think Scala keeps all the libraries with the assumption that they are hosted on GitHub, which isn't always true if you have a piece of code. Yeah. If you have something hosted on GitLab, I think it just panics. It just fails. Basically, you still get a project, I think, or maybe not, because it wouldn't even find it on GitLab. With the it just operates with the assumption that GitHub is the only place in the universe where code is hosted. So I guess you would only have information about artifacts for something that is hosted on GitLab, which is kinda, well, not really nice. And that's an important bit of knowledge to have, by the way, because it makes it in the way that since we are starting our scraping, we're getting all the projects. We are starting from this side of the dataset. We're starting from projects, and we only ask for all the artifacts that belong to a project and all the metadata for any given artifact. Since we are doing this, it means we won't be seeing any projects that have artifacts published onto public repositories, at least those repositories that Scala is aware of, but they aren't in a GitHub project. So yeah. And the old API that allowed you to search for artifacts globally, just give me all the artifacts for Scala free and for, let's say, JVM platform. There was an API that allowed you to do that. And there was, a problem with, it was hard with this API to match which artifact belongs to which project, because there was no reference. Or at least there was no easy way to reference that. But the data set is not complete because the assumption is that all the projects live in GitHub, and they don't have to. They can just be published, without a repository. Repository doesn't have to be configured. I think Adrian once told me that they pull information about repositories out of the POM. So XML, piece of XML that is attached to a publish artifact. If there is a link to repo, they have it. If not, they don't. And I don't know what happens if, should the POM have information about a GitLab repo? Would they have it? That's a question probably for another day, but it's good to have this understanding that we're only getting GitHub projects, which is probably mostly fine. It's 8,000 projects, and we can create an interface for our users to complain about that. So my library that is blocking me is missing, and I want you to investigate. We can create a table for that, and using this interface, we can build a pipeline via which users will tell us that there's stuff that you don't have in your database. Cool. So we have to, pardon my French, unfuck the project mess that I've made here, because we have this as a reference, and that's, by the way, thank you AI, because this was, that's not fuck, that's just foreign key. We're gonna do this, and this is now fine, but we still need a project column. It's a varchar. Yeah, it can be 1024. I mean, those things are probably never getting so big, but just to be safe. Okay. So yeah, what was the magical incantation to drop all the tables? How do I drop all the tables in Postgres? Oh my god, really? Is there any way to do that via meta information tables? I mean, no, I don't want this. In the end, I don't really care. PSQL. Yeah, let's see. What does it do, by the way, before we, we can't really destroy or break our container. Even if we do, it's not a problem. But, let's just read it. The drop table if exists, code item, cascade. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, that was the thing that I started thinking about when I read cascade. Cool. So we have to start with the table that is referenced, right? Or maybe let's see what. Yeah. So cascade doesn't really work. Oh, maybe it did. It's just a notice. Oh, it dropped that. Cool. It's okay. We don't have to complain to AI. Cool. So we did clean the database. This should be fine now. I mean, there is a problem because we don't have a project fk here, and that's an int. And we also need that same thing here, right? Project. That's not this thing. Come on, no, not perform. Okay, so AI was right, Copilot was right, and then Metals suggested something that was wrong. That also happens. Artifact creator. we have project of K, we have project of K. Now it should be fine, I guess. Let's see. So our scraping main. Okay. It's complaining because now we need this. And you know, it would be probably better. Yes, exactly. He's reading my mind. It makes a lot of sense to leave samples. So what you want to get, and then stupid AI kind of knows what you want to get, kind of understands what your intent is. If you leave samples, it works very nicely and allows you to skip a lot of boilerplate. And we could also do the same thing for, it's just, you know, two fields, probably useless. But here it is actually more readable now, because we can see that foreign key, it's project already. Release date, it's a long, by the way, yeah, artifact creator. It's not a long in our migration, right? It's a timestamp TZ. So we have to convert it. Now you have to forgive me because this is part that is always, every single time, it's troublesome. I think the correct type right now was Java time instant. So I'm gonna start with this assumption. Instant, and I think it's instant here. I think it's instant in the creator class here. Whoa, what the hell? What was that? I don't know. Release date. Cannot find. Okay. There is no... cool. Okay, so was it offset time? I'm gonna, you know, hack a little, use a little shortcut and just check what is available in the codebase of Magnum. So you need an instance, and those are instances. If you are not familiar, what the hell is that? Okay. Excuse me. Okay. Okay, so if you are not familiar with how generic derivation works in Scala, are you familiar with that? Dear chat, are you familiar with generic derivation in Scala? Anyone? I'm gonna explain it anyway. So generic derivation works in a way that it takes a class. We use generic derivation here. So derives takes a type class. So it's something like an adapter. You know, in a very big mental shortcut, it's something like an adapter, and it's something that, in this particular case, it's something that is parameterized with the thing that we want to, you know, for to have this defined. We want DB codec for this E, and this E in this case is this artifact row, and it is a utility class that exposes some methods and information that is necessary for Magnum library to construct SQL query using data from this class, and also how to read data into this class. And how does the magic happen? So the compiler, that was in Scala 2, you needed some auxiliary libraries to do this nicely. You could have done it, just with the language, but it wasn't nice. You needed additional libraries. In Scala 3, the version of the language we are using now, it is actually built in, and Magnum library is built using those new features in Scala 3. So it actually does something very clever. It allows you to iterate through a data type, this case class in this example. It allows you to go through all the fields, and it takes the name, so the label of the field, and a type of the field. And it can go, it can go recursively. So if we have stuff like, we have an array of string, it will see that it's an array of a string. And it works on type basis. So it can then check, okay, so to encode an artifact row into an SQL query, I need a way to represent, and it goes in iteration. I need to represent a column called ID as an integer. So Scala type integer has to be somehow represented when we put it into JDBC layer. So when we assign values to JDBC layer, and this this DB codec is then, it searches for DB codec for int, then it takes another label, group ID, it searches for DB codec for string, and then it goes on, and it, we currently have an error because it says it cannot find a DB codec instance for Java time instant. And this is quite important, because if we use runtime reflection, well, the problem is it's runtime reflection. So, if you do this and you have proper testing, you have covered all the branches in your tests which are runtime will catch a problem. But in Scala, you can push this problem before, so that it happens before runtime. And this is exactly what is happening here. It's a compile time error because there is no DB codec defined for instant. So I need to use a type that has a DB codec instance, or I have to write a DB codec instance on my own. Now, I'm not going to go into how this searching actually happens, because it uses another Scala feature, which is called implicits or givens in Scala 3. But it searches the scope in which we are using the stuff for instances that match the type. So it looked in this scope with all the things that we have imported here for a given DB codec of instant, and it didn't find it, so it complains. And we have to either provide one or derive one. We can derive stuff if that would, if that would be a data type like a case class. We can then just derive it and it's fine. If it's a primitive type like integers or strings, usually library provides that, and this is exactly what I was looking at here. So we have instances for longs, for ints, floats, doubles, byte arrays, and this is very nice. Okay, so they have an instance for offset datetime, not for instant. Yeah, that actually makes sense. So you can already see that it also provides information about what is the type from Java SQL. This is Java SQL types with a timestamp, with time zone. So this is fine. We can use offset with timestamp, offset datetime. I don't really care about that. Now, time zones with databases are hell. But it's a release date, so it's not very important, at least not for the time. So let's think about this for a moment. We have a Unix timestamp, and I think the assumption is it's GMT, right? It has to be UTC, basically. I mean, I don't know, UTC, not GMT, but it has to be, I think, UTC. So we are going to insert that into database we're going to read that as UTC, insert that as UTC, fetch that. Now the fetching part is always confusing for me. No, it's a long, yeah, now we have to convert this. So, compiler complains, okay, so what you fetch from the JSON, it's a long, and you try to put it into a field that, it demands an offset datetime. So we have to parse that. And we have to make this decision right now. So I probably shouldn't have closed that. Okay, but I think we have this here. Yeah, that's our release date. So I think it was what was GMT or? Oh, come on. Milliseconds from 1st January 1970. And it is, I think it was this timestamp, was it? IMCE. Oh, it's a date only? Interesting, they don't really show the full timestamp. It's just a date here. Huh. Should we worry about that? Maybe we could, cut off, some of these details and just store it as a date. I don't know. So Maven repository doesn't show that, and this particular library is in JPL IMCE repo here. Do they have something? It's Bintray? Bintray is dead. Okay. Probably you can't even get this anymore. Homepage. Okay. Interesting. Releases. No releases tags. Okay, there's the date again. We could check it out and check if there's a proper timestamp for this event, for this tag. Does it show? Is there a way for GitHub to show the full timestamp? I don't think there is. That's tricky. I mean, we probably just should find another artifact. Maybe filter organization. It wouldn't be type level, but yeah, I'm gonna still abuse Mateusz, and I think it was Scala land ahead. Okay, let's see. It doesn't compile. It's complaining about this. So let's do whatever thing we can do to parse that. Off instant and zone ID. I think we need this operator. So we need instant also. Did it add it? Yeah, it did. Instant, was it parse? No, it was off epoch milli. And we still need a time zone, right? Because of instant takes a zone ID. And that will be what? Is there some, useful accessor? Always forget that it's a map. Okay, you can use off method. So let's assume that it's UTC, right? Yes. Okay, so it doesn't complain now. And now the question is whether this is correct time zone. I guess it would be, but you know, the question is whether this hour is correct. But they don't really care, so we probably shouldn't either. I wanted to see whether we can find this artifact for Scala.io. So run. Cool. Empty hat. Oh, we didn't find any. So it's Scala.io. If that's a GitHub org, so it makes kind of sense. Okay, empty hat. Again? Ah, contains. Okay, we found something. Cool. It failed because we didn't do migrations. I wanted to, you know, put migrations here from the HTTP file. I will do that just in a moment. Let's see what we have found. Oh, it's catnip project, and that's artifact for Scala.js. Okay, so it should be on Sonatype. So if you aren't familiar with Java ecosystem and well, by extension Kotlin and Scala ecosystems, our libraries are mostly published to Maven Central repo. So this is like npm or pip, and I want to find this library. I think we can use artifact ID. Should be faster. Yeah. So which version did we get here? It's 2.12 version 1.12 versions. Okay, it also shows only, you know, a date. So even if we fuck up the time zone, the worst thing that can happen is one day off. Would like to have this, you know, done correctly, but you know, there's not much to, you know, not much info to see what is the correct TZ. Oh, cool. Here it is. Is this the artifact that we have been working on? 2.12? Are we on 2? Yeah, 2.12. I guess it was the last release for Catnip, I think. Okay, so we need this timestamp and see whatever it says in this timestamp calculator. It's 2020-30, so yeah, it's what, GMT. Cool. So I think we're doing the correct thing here. Let's just, you know, make it GMT and hope for the best. It can be UTC or GMT. It's UTC. It's the UTC here. And we have no information about the time zone for this timestamp. GMT. Okay. Let's not think about that anymore. So we need the migrations. We need to perform migrations before we do that. You can just copy that, paste it temporarily here. Okay, we don't have a config and JDBC URL. Did we get JDBC URL somewhere? I think we just, you know, pasted it here directly. So we can do this. Now we can do this and we should be fine. Should perform migrations and run scraping and insert the first bit. We can also fuck it, I don't care. One migration, okay, cool. And those are actual classes that have been, they represent inserted stuff. You can see the auto increment ID. So yeah, so we can write to the database, and the release date matches whatever was on the repo side on Maven Central. So that's fine. It didn't crash in any way. Now, proper way of doing this would be to write an integration test, like I mentioned before, to catch this current state of working application and have the ease of working and detecting drift. Basically, what I would like to do is to detect any drift and prevent breakage due to me being dumb. So we have to kind of decide what we want to pursue now, because we can write a test and it doesn't get us really closer to having something working today, and clock is ticking. So it would probably make more sense to let's say start scraping the whole thing and see how far how fast it goes. Oh, we didn't also check our current logic. If I rerun that, it should fail. Oh no, it did something completely wrong. Oh shit. Okay, so we are going to drop database again. We need uniques. We need unique indexes. I think we need, on artifact row, we need a unique index on those 3 fields. If we don't do that, you can see what is happening. We get duplicates. We just inserted the same thing a second time. So we need unique indexes, and we need inserts that also work when we need upserts, basically. And that's an interesting case. We could do 2 queries. We could check for existence before we do that. If we did that transactionally, it would probably work, maybe. Idling. Oh, okay. Cool. So it understood what we need, and the same. The funny thing is that we need a unique here. No. We need a unique on organ repo. Projects are unique. Artifacts are unique by group ID, artifact ID, and version. So, yeah. I didn't delete that yet. So we are going to do that again. Postgres. Cool. And we are clear. Okay, if we do this now, if we rerun the app, first will go fine, okay, and the second will crash. Yes, it crashed because we have a duplicate key. So that's not really nice. If we want this to be, we have to think about logic with which we can handle the case where we need we are restarting our job for scraping, We have to handle the case where we just want to not do anything if it already exists, but it's also a bit tricky. Why? Because it is possible for information to change. So it is possible that, well, some things are written in stone, like group ID, artifact ID, and version. Artifact name, probably 2, I guess licenses are pulled out of POM, so that would also, okay, maybe there isn't anything that is mutable. Maybe the whole thing is written in stone. Either way, we need a way to do upserts. I don't think it's built in. It's an update. Yeah. So my recollection of Postgres is that it has a clause that allows you to do upserts. Now, Postgres. I think August had something in mind for this case, because he has specific stuff. Maybe he also has. No, it's just the types. It does geometric types and arrays. Okay, so it doesn't support it yet. Let's see. Maybe it's something that we could contribute. Maybe not today, but upserts are useful. So src Postgres DB type. So this is the place in Magnum's codebase where we can see how those queries are created actually. So it has its own internal set of queries that have to fulfill this repo defaults interface. And this is how idiomatic structures are done. So those queries are idiomatic to Postgres, and there's a DB type implementation for all the databases that Magnum supports. We are building, hello Artanis, we are building a website to track the state of Scala ecosystem. So we have this migration happening right now between version 2 and version 3 of the language, and there are some utility libraries that used features that Scala had in version 2 that were improved upon, so the older versions were deprecated. And I'm talking specifically about metaprogramming here. So it's a bit of a pickle because users use experimental features in Scala 2. Now macros, so metaprogramming, was improved in Scala 3. It was released 3 years ago basically, and some of the libraries are still lagging, and we mostly at VirtusLab, the company that is maintaining Scala 3 compiler. I'm Scala developer advocate at VirtusLab, by the way, hello. We want to have a channel for which users can report libraries that are still blocking them from just bumping Scala version number. So we want to have a website, and this website, it's a mock-up. This is dead. We have it currently deployed to dev Scala today, and it's gonna be basically just this. So this is a mock-up. This is copied from some Tailwind UI library. I think it's the one that offers full snippets of Tailwind components built out of Tailwind classes. So we want to basically populate this table with information about libraries, and we are pulling data from another website. It's maintained by Scala Center. It's ScalaDex, and it's an index of all the libraries. So you can see all the libraries that you want or need here, and they don't really have this channel to, you know, to let people know that, okay, this library is blocking me. And we also wanted to, you know, showcase that you don't have to use reactive programming anymore. You don't have to use functional effects, and you can write pretty simple Scala and, you know, still reap the benefits of programming in a functional, strongly typed language. So that's what we are trying to do. And the current status is that we are trying to figure out how to properly scrape the API of Scaladex and pull all the information about the artifacts. And yeah, current issue at hand is how to make it so that it can be restarted. Repo, yeah. I mean, there is a Git. Git is set up, but it's not tracking anything yet. Yeah, but surely once we have something that is, you know, usable in any way, and we have it deployed, I will publish that to GitHub. So, sure. By the way, we are also trying to, you know, figure out what is the, you know, best way to write in this dialect of Scala, which is, you know, it's not using for comprehensions, it's not using anything fancy, and we are still, you know, operating with values. We are not, we are trying not to throw in exceptions, and this is like kind of the research part of the project. So to see what are the best idioms now, and to figure out the best, you know, set of libraries to use, because you need libraries to build anything. Okay, so going back to the topic at hand, we need to prevent this violation. And yeah, I was checking whether Magnum has anything like that built in. Now, I don't think it would. It can't have it on this generic interface, so repo defaults, because it wouldn't be generic. It's I think upserts are Postgres specific. At least the syntax is. I don't think all RDBMSs have upserts. I think only some of them have upserts. It's the clause on conflict. So, you know, we can search for that in faster on conflict and 0 hits. I guess we can also do the search on this whole repository, and yeah, nothing about it. Okay. So what can we do? Well, we can write our own query for inserts that does this in our repo. So we will still, you know, have benefits from having repositories on the query side, because it allows us to use specs, so filters basically, you know, composed filters. But we need to, I think, create our own misclicked, our own method to insert that. Excuse me. I'm not sure whether you heard, but there are guys mowing the lawn at my apartment. So if you heard any mowing, sorry for that. I closed the window. Okay, so insert, or rather upsert, and we want to upsert a project creator. Now, we can work with either. This is probably mostly broken. Oh, well, it's not really that bad if you think about it. This is a very simple query. So this is an SQL interpolator. Scala has interpolators like that. And it does a lot of stuff for us already because it checks that we can insert this string. So it checks, if we write a query like that, it checks that is there an instance of DB codec that allows me to write this into actual SQL JDBC query that I'm going to use. This is not interpolation in strict interpolation sense. This actually produces a string. Let me just quickly show you that. Maybe AI will understand what I'm trying to do. Actual prepared statement. No. Okay, so we need a string. Yes, exactly. Cool. Thank you, AI. So Copilot understood what we want to get. So this actually SQL statement here with SQL interpolator, pardon, it will build an object that holds this prepared statement. So for every case where it sees interpolation, it actually puts a question mark into the query that it builds underneath. Now it also captures, like I mentioned before, it captures instance of DB codec for the type that we are interpolating. This is very nice because this is type safe SQL query. It has to work. We have all the components necessary for serialization and deserialization of this query. There is no way for this to fail. I mean, we could mistype what we want to get out of this, but that's a different story. I don't think there's an easy way to do this without a higher level construct. But on this level, where we want to substitute values into prepared statement, and we want to use prepared statements, this works out of the box. Now, it isn't exactly a very new thing in Scala. We had this kind of features for ages right now. So I think first library that had this was released like 12 years ago, probably, maybe 10. But it's still very nice and very useful. Yeah, we are gonna put this triple quote here. This is our multi-line syntax. So if we want a multi-line string, we can just use triple quote, and then everything inside this is just a single string. It captures multi-lines. So the new line character here is captured. And now this is, I think, garbage. What was the syntax for that? Let me just quickly check the docs. So if you want it, it's not a query. I think it's update. Yeah, it's an update. Oh, update and returning. So I think we need this, returning long. But we're returning int. Hopefully. Do we need to store this as a queue? If not, okay, it's not an either. Now, what we would like to do, we want this to be runnable. We don't want to return a query, we want to execute this. So we have to say using dbcon, and that's a given that allows us to, it passes a connection implicitly. And it's not actually, it looks like a connection, but it's actually a wrapper that also holds transactional context. So it's whole transactional context. We are saying, okay, using transactional context, I would like to execute this query. And this is just run. And you can see that run takes the dbcon. So, okay. Now it returns a vector of int where we actually want to have the full object returned. Now I'm wondering whether we actually want the whole project row, because to get that, or does it? Because we are returning everything. So maybe it's not that. Maybe it is returning a project row. I don't recall that. So I'm just gonna check. Let's split this so it's more readable. And now it should be fine with the small exception that we need to do an attempt. Nope. What? Okay, if I drop that, what's the error type? Found vector. Okay, cool. Oh, right. Yeah, but it's a single query. Yeah, the unique operator is something that is notably missing from Magnum. We can have returning update and query. I think update, yeah, it just returned the amount of rows impacted by the query. Returning does return a vector only a vector. Res. It's a result set, and yeah, so it was done to simplify this method, because result sets are, collections. So to simplify that, August made it to always return a vector. So if we know that it's going to return a single value, our only option is so this returns a vector. We can do a head option, match on that, and now if we didn't find anything, that's a left, because it didn't return anything. That's a good question, by the way. Does returning clause return anything when it's upserting stuff? So when stuff already exists? I don't know. I don't remember that. We'll have to see. Okay, so this should now compile. Yeah, let's go to our testing area and let's see. We can now upsert. Oh, we didn't implement that yet. So yeah, so we have to, what? Oh, project row isn't, what? Well, but it does. Oh, it's either. Okay, full. Okay, that's fine. Question is, oh, we have mistyped that. It's not either. It stopped throwing. So our method, in contrast to methods that are available on Magnum library, it already returns an either. So it's either an error or a project row. Cool. So we just have to ask it. If it's okay, we get a project row. Now it can pause, we can run it. Failed to upsert project. It's the error that we have defined, right? It's the one here. So it didn't return anything. Now this is tricky. Because in this case, the only thing we can do, yeah, we have a guarantee that it has to exist there, but the problem is I don't really want to do that, because if we do this, I don't know whether the code generated by Copilot makes sense. Does it? Yeah. Head option, yeah, it makes sense. Uh, Now it starts, it starts to be more complex than I would like it to be, because in the current situation it executes two queries and transactional boundaries. So we are taking any dbcon. Now it's a bit of a problem. That doesn't work. I can't just jump there. Let's see in the code base here. I'm wondering what was the semantic for nested transactions? Is it something that Magnum supports? Because the current, we can operate with the assumption that it will never happen. Nobody can change this, right? This is just organization repository. It's unique, nothing to update. There are just 3 columns in this table, and we are safe. There is no concurrent process that can in any time in the future of the project that could, let's say, drop this, delete this between those 2 queries. So if there was this option that existing row, because if there is a conflict to do nothing, right? If we go to this case, which represents this, as I understand it, it means that this query could then return a none. In transactional boundaries, if this worked correctly, if those 2 queries were executed in the same boundary, I think it would always return the same snapshot. So it would see the deletion wouldn't remove it for this query to see that. So it would always be some. Like there would be a transactional guarantee that these 2 queries have to always return some. But we would then require to demand a dbtx, I guess, here. Like it's a transactional context. You have to run a transaction. You cannot run it. You cannot run it with just a context in which queries are unrelated. They can, they don't run in a single transaction. So we are gonna change this context, and we are going to demand, okay, for what I'm doing here, I want you to give me a transactional context. You have to be in the transaction. Now, I was wondering whether we could, go from dbcon, do a summon. Summon is taking something that is a given. It takes something that is given, and there's a connection. But connection, I would have to create a single connection data source, open a context, and that's messy, probably not necessary. We can just demand, okay, give me a transactional context. I want to execute both of the queries in the same transaction. Should be fine. Okay. Best way to do that is just to test. Okay, I think we failed on artifacts, which is fine because we didn't upsert them yet. We didn't write the upsert function for them. So we still have a violation. And I guess the key is correct. We can test that. I mean, the easiest way would be to just do this, right? Oh, god damn it. Projects. Okay, so there's a single one, and there isn't anything else that could be returned here, so it's fine. And it's gonna be speedy because we have the unique index. That's fine. Now, what is the next bit that we want to do? So, yeah, so upserts. That's one thing that I always miss in Scala, because I did work years ago. I did work in PHP, and I used Laravel. And back then I used to be so fucking mad about Eloquent. Eloquent is the ORM that is available in Laravel. Eloquent, probably eloquent. I'm not really eloquent in English. Anyway, Eloquent is well, it is like, if you basically take your worst case scenario, and I'm not, it's not, I'm not really grilling Taylor's design choices here. It fits the purpose. It's very important to know that it really fits the purpose, and the purpose is to basically write code as fast as possible. And I think I started using Laravel just after the release of version 4. So we are kind of, fast forward to the future here, but base concepts didn't change at all. So it looks like this. So you declare a class that extends a model, and well, what happens if you do this? It's Laravel is like Rails. It operates on conventions. So and bear with me. If you extend a model, if you name the class, it will use the reflection methods to grab the name of this. It will then lowercase that, because I think the general convention is that table names are always lowercase. Yeah, I think yeah. By convention, the snake case plural name of classes. Yes, so it will provide inflection. So it will be flights, starting with lowercase letter, and yeah, you can see here it's flights, and it will then offer a staggering amount of query builder methods and general ORM methods. So best example is if you just declare this, you declare just the flight class that extends a model, you can run flight double colon all function, and it's a very interesting model, because you write very small amount of code and you get very useful methods out of the box. Now if you go off the rails, if you go if you do anything that isn't really compliant to the convention, oh my god, that's absolutely horrible. Things explode in most surprising ways. And you could wonder, how is it possible that there's a it's just a class, we created a class, and it has methods that can connect to a database, static methods that connect to database. Okay, so imagine that when Laravel starts, it sets a static variable on the model class. I assume that nothing changed from version 4 in this regard, but it did set a static field on the model class, and then it's a static variable that holds instance of a connection pool, basically. Something that is representing a already configured, connected, maybe it's lazy connected, but I don't remember. Either way, it holds a connection. It sets a connection onto the class, and you can then start querying out of the box. You have to go through the whole framework initialization to get this working, but all the web frameworks like Rails and Laravel, they have lifecycle hooks, and they have lifecycle, and the user is usually expected to just code in controllers. So your controller-based code will be only executed only after the whole framework has started, right? Only then. So yeah, it's full of surprises. If you do something in wrong part of the lifecycle, it explodes with missing statics. So okay, the static connection isn't set. So there's a lot of gotchas, but if you are using it right, it's insanely productive. And I'm still missing that, because I fully understand that it is mostly based on insane amount of hacks, something that people that work with very strict, in terms of discipline, languages like Scala. Scala is extremely, people writing Scala have very severe versions of OCD when it comes to writing code. All the invariants that you can try to catch, you should do that. The code should be, perfectly healthy in quality regard. That's a mantra that people in Scala have. And I really get it, because like I mentioned, I was really, really mad because I often try to do something custom with Laravel, and well, I'm bald now. So coming back to our discussion, so in Scala, we don't really have tools that help you cut corners, I would say. So write in a way that is very, very productive if you are keeping the conventions. We don't do that. So we have a whole ecosystem. We don't really have, beside play. I'm kind of FP enjoyer that has somewhat positive recollections of being very productive for a reasonable amount of time. Because if you go off the rails, like I mentioned, that's not a good experience. But I'm just I would like to have something similar in Scala. We have play, and play was very nice to some degree. We had play was using, if you wanted database access. Back then, when play was very popular, the only two players on the market were Scala Squirrel, I think. Okay, they have website, so it will be probably easier to see what this is about. Okay, any nicer examples, because this isn't even typed correctly. Getting started. No. Let's see documentation for selects. Okay, so I see that their documentation has taken a hit, but you can see that it is kind of like a query builder setup. You work with methods to define a query. I think Squirrel also had a way to write proper SQL queries, but most of the time you composed queries like that out of Scala types and methods. So Squirrel was one big thing back then. I think that was also, there was a library that people used for raw SQL access. Documentation, is there database access here? Module directory, yeah, not really. Working with play, database, working with databases. Okay, what are the options? accessing Java JDBC driver. Cool, cool, cool. What are the libraries? Ah, okay. That's just connection setting. Um, anorm was the second library that was popular in Scala. So yeah, it even is hosted still on Play Framework GitHub. So anorm, let's see, it was an SQL, raw SQL library, and I believe lots of those libraries. This was those libraries were created in early days of Scala. They didn't use metaprogramming, so they had to use runtime reflection for a lot of stuff. I don't recall whether anorm used anything based on metaprogramming. I don't think they did. So yeah, this would basically there was a chance that it would fail in runtime. And there was a third option that arrived a bit later. Slick. So that was kind of like an ORM, but latest stable release, whatever. Okay, the documentation has been improved from what I see. That's good to know. Let's see. Okay, there's a lot of text, not many examples. Okay, so with Slick you had to define tables in this way. There was a code gen, so you could just tell it to scrape the whole database and generate this code for you, so it wasn't that tedious to write that. But you had to declare whole tables with all the columns in this DSL here, and then it allowed you to treat database like a collection, like a Scala collection. So okay, just concatenate those things and then insert some things by just this is the operator to add something to a mutable collection in Scala. If you have a mutable sequence, that's how you would insert something. So they're using just a tuple here because it understood tuples. Slick worked with tuples pretty well. And you can, insert many rows in this way. So this is how it worked. Querying interface was also quite interesting. But, that's the difference. All of those libraries are query builders. So basically you have to write your queries in Scala. And, just to complete the story, later on there was another contender to functional relational mapping library, Quill, and Quill also has this query builder syntax. I would say it was a bit nicer to use in practice than Slick, and it was based on metaprogramming. So let me find. Yeah, so this is something that we were doing right now. So it allows you to insert a value. You have to lift it so that it can inspect it. At least that's my understanding. And then you use combinators to tell what you want to get out of this. And it's also a query builder, so you don't get all those very nice and high-level methods that you would get in PHP Eloquent. And it's interesting that people in PHP figure out usability to this degree. I would say that usability was the primary concern in design of Laravel. I think it was also the primary concern in design of Rails. I didn't use Rails. I tried, and then I fought with Rake, and I lost that fight. So I didn't go into Ruby. I used PHP, and then I switched to Java Scala. I caught up, I caught the Scala bug, got infected, and stay with Scala because it's so pleasant to work with because compiler helps you so much. So finishing this long rant or off topic, I would say I'm still missing something that would still provide a reasonable amount of nice guarantees, nice checks that would hold you in line and prevent you from doing something that is obviously stupid, but you don't see it. You did that 2 weeks ago, you forgot about that. So it would be nice to get tapped on a shoulder, and that's not gonna work. I like this feeling that Scala gives me. Scala compiler tells me that's not gonna work. You forgot about something. I like this feeling, and I would like to have that, but also maybe it's not possible to have two things at the same time. To have this insane amount of productivity with stuff that just works, doesn't get in the way. We are, kind of closer to that. What I'm trying to do here is very, very database specific. I fully understand why Magnum doesn't implement this out of the box. And repos are very nice. So we can see what methods are available. So we can delete by ID. So you can delete by whole entity. You can delete by just ID of this entity. You can delete everything in the table. You can delete from an iterable, so a collection of entities or a collection of IDs. You can insert stuff. You can insert many. You can insert returning, insert all returning, update, and update all. So a nice set of very useful operators that you would usually want. High-level functions that allow you to do stuff en masse. Okay. And rant, and let's go and implement upsert. Okay. Let's see what kind of garbage AI has generated now. Given that it's basically the same thing as before, it is actually probably going to be very close to what we want to get. Okay, this looks fine. Artifacts for group ID and artifact ID and version ID. He understands, or rather it understands what we want to get here. It looks like it got it right on the first try. So because those are the 3 unique columns, and the assumption is that if we had a conflict and we got a none, so returning didn't return anything, those 3 things, a row with those 3 columns exists in the database, so it should be fine. It should read this as an artifact row. Yeah. Okay, cool. Let's see. Upsert that. Okay. I was starting to think whether we could optimize the whole process of scraping a bit. It's probably not worth the effort now, but in the future, if we want to have the scraping process to run faster, it would make sense to do that. Let's see whether this works. Oh, group ID. Oh, yeah. By the way, that's how good code reviews are, because it did assume that database. It did assume the database would use a snake case naming of the columns, but we have borked that. And I mean, I have worked that, and I didn't notice that because it was so natural to me that I just assumed it's fine. Um, Dear chat, would you notice that? Okay. Okay, so this should now work infinitely well by rerunning that. Yay! We have migrations, we have upserts, and ID doesn't bump anymore. Okay, so I would say next step is to try and run it against the API a bit in a bit faster way. So currently we are just fetching a single, we are fetching all the projects because that's what API does. It just gives us, have all the projects that we know of. There is no paging, and I understand why. It's curl, not artifacts, but projects. If we do this, oh, come on. Yeah, that's the whole response. Like, is it very big? Word count? No. How do we count that? Let's see. VC. I can't read that. Is that the amount of characters? I always forget how VC works. Anyway, well, it's not very big, right? Probably also, it wasn't designed to be used by many users, so the paging wasn't implemented. Okay, so the easiest way to do this would be to just map on it. It's a vector of projects, or rather even for each on it. So instead of doing this bit, we could cut them. I'm out of tea. So my idea is we can start scraping, and I will probably make a small lunch break and leave it scraping. My guess is that it will explode on something, because I remember my first attempt to do that. So if we actually leave it scraping, it will probably crash. I will try to come and check what's the progress, in between eating. But we will have something to actually work on if we get some data. So maybe we will be able to design some, a part of the front end and see what we need actually. So if the information that we scrape is enough to actually present something to the user, and that would be good, because if we gotten to this point, we can then design a process that will run every day. We will scrape Scala decks every day, and the next bit is we will make it run in background on a cron at home type of implementation. So I guess we'll just count the time it takes from start to end, and make a decision if it crossed the 24 hours boundary. I hope it won't take so much time. Like it will complete under a day. It's not guaranteed, but yeah. So so we will count the time it takes to complete, and then subtract that from the original starting point. I mean, the other way around, but you get what I mean. and then we will understand whether we have completed scraping for the current day, so for the current date, and we will create something like, like I said, a croned house, something that checks every 5 minutes whether we are already in a new day scenario, and in the new day scenario whether we have to start scraping again. If it's a new day and we haven't scraped today, we should scrape again. And it's just a dumb process. We don't need any coordination because for now we will have only a single instance of the application running. Definitely we would need that if we wanted to deploy more instances, but for now nobody is using that, so we don't have to care. Like I mentioned yesterday, we want to build this in a kinda startup way, so do it pretty fast, maybe a bit messy, but without completely disregarding stuff that we are interested in. So figuring out what are the new proper idioms to write with lean Scala. Okay, so we don't need this. We do need projects, but for projects do bump that, and this is a for each syntax in Scala. We could, obviously, we could, maybe not obviously, but we could do something like projects for each, and it even autocompletes it correctly. So this is explicit version of this syntax. This is syntax sugar. So this tells, okay, I want to run for each, and I want to use, this is a lambda, so this is the argument of the lambda, and this should be project. So this is the single project inside of this iteration on projects, but we can use a for, make it a little, is it more readable, by the way? Do we have only Scala people in chat? Or are there people that, aren't Scala devs? If you aren't a Scala person and you find this more readable than projects for each project function, let me know. I would like to hear whether the syntax sugar that, because this basically, the sugars to the same thing. It's the same piece of code. It does the same thing. So if you find this more readable, it actually serves the purpose it was done, to serve. And this was, okay, you don't really want everyone to use this. And if you looked at current state of functional programming in Scala, you wouldn't see people using this function at all, because for each causes side effects. So this is a, if we look at projects for each, whatever. This is the definition of this function. It doesn't matter, it's implemented on vector type, so on vector collection. But important bit is this method returns a unit. So it returns nothing basically. It returns something that doesn't interest you. Unit is a type that designates something that doesn't matter in Scala. So it's a void, like, okay, hi Chris. So this method, usually when you use unit type in Scala, it means that it's like void in Java. It means that this method causes side effects using the stuff that it captures takes. If it's defined on a class instance, it causes those side effects using whatever it has passed as constructor arguments. But it causes side effects, and everyone in Scala is right now pretty neurotic about causing side effects. They have to be tracked. Everyone wants to track side effects. There are very good reasons to do that. So Usually we wouldn't use for each. We would use something like map, do something with this, and usually if you were causing side effects, you would do something like IO of something. So do stuff with project. And now pretty a funny thing is that this would get you a vector of IO of assuming that do stuff returns unit, because it doesn't it causes side effects. Like if you write to database and you aren't interested in getting a return value from database, you just want to know it succeeded or not, you would return a unit. And IO is like either, but it's asynchronous and it's lazy. Too much to discuss right now, but you would get vector of IO, and it isn't really usable, right? You can't, what does it mean, vector of IO? So that's a monad, and you have to then do a little dance. So you do a traverse or sequence. I don't remember really. I think it was sequence in this case. And this would turn it into IO of vector of unit. And you could then call it void. And that's just a vector of unit, because vector of anything, something that doesn't interest you at all is just IO of, it's equivalent to, I mean, there is a bit more information because there's an amount of things that you didn't care about, but you can drop this information and then you can just say it's IO of unit. And, you compose program out of those IOs when you do that. So you wouldn't run for each, but we don't want this. We want to make this stuff, a little bit simpler. So we can, use for each. We aren't going to be neurotic about side effects here. Okay, so now it doesn't work because we had first, and we're just going to replace that with project. Okay, now this should be fine. And we don't have a first artifact yet. Now, I think we can create repos in a higher scope. Scala FMT, come on. How the, what, does it compile? No, it doesn't compile. If it doesn't compile, it still should run FMT. Oh, I don't know. First artifact. Yeah. Exactly. You would like to use something like either, right? At least that's a big. That's yeah. Let's get back to the discussion for a moment. So if we do, we have a method that is called do stuff, right? Let's even define this method. It takes a project. Oh, sorry, misclicked. Project, and it tells us unit. Okay, I will return a unit. It doesn't matter what it does. This is unimplemented in Scala, right? So if the side effect mostly, in most cases, with the assumption, with a simple assumption that it isn't just changing stuff in memory, which probably won't fail, probably because garbage collected language, it can still explode with out of memory exception. But if it causes any side effects like writing to disk, talking through a network, it is possible to fail, right? It is possible that something will stop working. So this method lies. It tells you, I will always return a unit, and it's not true. This thing would be much more, truthful, because we say I will either return an error or nothing that you should worry about. It just means that you have, I did the job I was tasked to do. Now, is this always true? Well, this implementation example shows that not really, not really, because this method just froze. The only thing it does, it throws not implemented error. So it would still lie. I mean, it wouldn't work. But, just to be perfectly clear, if we were using cat's effect, if we did this, it would do the same thing. It still wouldn't prevent, an error that can't be captured. If we did this, yes, this method would still return IO of an error. But, you would have to do this. So it's an open discussion in Scala community. I think most of the people in Scala community currently think that the correct approach to this is actually something like that. And you wouldn't do this, you would do something like that. And you would compose stuff out of this, because this is suspended. So it doesn't explode on touch. It explodes only when you actually evaluate it, and you evaluate it at the end of the world. That's pure functional programming, and we're not really getting there. But important bit in this discussion is that I would like to use eithers whenever it's possible, because situation has changed. If we wanted to do that, yeah, that's a version of code that doesn't lie in any way. It's going to return, oh, it's an error. Huh. Doesn't compile. Would have to be something like that. Anyway, the point I'm making is I would like to work with either for time being. Whatever. Yeah, this is fine. Leave me alone. So this doesn't lie in any way, and usually, one of the biggest problems Scala used to tackle was asynchronous programming. Now, this was ages ago. In IT, 15 years is ages ago. So asynchronous programming was, bad, especially on JVM. But things have changed. We now have, let's say, maybe not exactly, but we have coroutines on JVM. We have virtual threads. So suspension is something that happens on the platform itself. And I'm wondering whether it really makes sense, because what virtual threads do for you is you don't have to do something like future anymore. You don't have to do something like JavaScript promises anymore. On JVM you can write like in Go. And if you think about this, this is very similar to what Go does and what also Rust does. Because in Rust that would be just result of unit. And well, we have a type that is parameterized with two things. I think Martin is interested in simplifying that with a result. But either way, with Go, there's the problem that you have to do those ifs everywhere. You have to check whether error is set to something. And a friend of mine would also, hello Tomek, he would also say that, in Go, you can set both return value and an error. So, in Scala, this type is known. It's IOR, or however English people would pronounce that. So there is a type called IOR. So it can be either throwable or unit, or both throwable and unit at the same time. If you want to model failure in this way, you can model that with IOR in Scala. You have to define that or use the one defined in Cat's library. But it is very similar to what you get with Go and with Rust. And with Loom. So the project Loom on JVM, which brings coroutines, if you aren't really very attached to, fearless refactoring, as this feature is called, so the fact that everything is suspended in IOs, and you can refactor that without wondering about the order of code, because everything is only executed as values are composed. If you don't really care about that, you can just drop the whole IO thing and work with iders. And given that Loom solves asynchronicity, either is fine. And the biggest selling point for me in this regard is that you can pattern match on either. So you can leave the context. You don't have to push it everywhere. And with this combinator out of aux-either package, I can, work with that. Oh, I was returning companion. Thank you, Mateusz. Yeah, yeah. I just assumed that it's a single instance, but why would it even have, a constructor? Why would it take a message? I don't know. Anyway, at my work we use a monocled result. Yeah. Yeah, similar to Rust. Yeah, because they solved it in a pretty good way. And I mentioned yesterday, I'm pretty pissed because I suggested that there was a discussion. There was a discussion at Scala, software mill aux at the repo. There was an issue. I think it's now closed. I think naming things, yes. And originally, this OK operator was called value, and this, and okay, it kind of suggests what you want to get. If you know that you are calling that on either, if you say value, okay, I want the right thing, so I want the thing on the right side of the either. And yeah, I argued that there are classes that have value, so it might be that somebody changes a piece of code where there was either where the right side was something that had a field called value. And you can then refactor the code, change the signature of the method, and this value would then clash. And it's fine to some degree, because in many cases compiler would just complain about this. But I think it is possible that you would get a scenario where compiler would just say, okay, it's fine. So I suggested that we should go with the thing that Rust did. Nobody defines a field with a question mark. And this operator, it should just be, like in Rust. And I think Martin is also inspired by Rust, because in the presentation on Scala in the previous year, not this year, he also showed an example. So he even read that. So scraper get projects, are you okay? And yeah, that's, I guess it's pretty easy to understand. So that was my logic. So I did a small rant yesterday about that, because current situation after this change was implemented, because we had a big discussion here about whether it should be called unwrap, also Rust, inspired by Rust. Unwrap is, like I mentioned here, the worst part of the API. So I still, shield for having the question mark operator. And then I mentioned that we have this convention to some degree that side effects usually have parentheses. and it actually caught on, unfortunately. Let me explain why. So if I want, this thing is here, right? It's here. And I think we would be fine with this import being in this shape. But okay. Well, metals. Yeah. stuff doesn't compile, so it won't go there. Um, if this is defined this way, and also don't worry about this part, for now at least. If this function is defined this way, there is no way for me to do a rename. So I would like to do something like that. Cool, right? Okay, it should be fine now, right? There is no okay. It's not imported. I have renamed that. Okay, can I do this? No. No, I can't. Extension methods tried, but could not be fully constructed. Well, why? Because I'm currently taking the value of this instead of calling it. If I call it, it's fine. I have to do this, and this, in my opinion, it, misses the point. So yeah, I had a small rant about that yesterday, and I'm free to continue the rant, to be honest, because yeah, I could, right? I could do something like that. I mean, I think I could. Mateusz will probably just start screaming in chat at me. Yeah. I think it should be on. It has to be an extension, doesn't it? Because once this, yeah, it probably has to go exactly the same way as we did before. So we have to define that as an extension. We don't need this type now. And it's basically A, right? And we should implement this, I guess, this way. T, okay. No. Will it compile? How was it implemented here? Transplant inline, okay. Someone from Y. Well, I'm confused. Wait, is this syntax legal? Okay. Okay. This is not legal. Oh. Okay, my whole rant was pointless. And I feel stupid now. You can't do that. I mean, if we, excuse me, if we decided to do this, will it infer stuff? Yeah. It seems to work. Yeah, so yeah, you can't provide a type, I think, but you can define a method. Am I right, Mateusz? Yeah, so we could do this, and we would have to have our own predef or something like that to get this operator again, because OK is now defined as a function with parentheses. But I'm trying to make my peace with this decision, and I'm gonna work with that. Okay, it's a vector. Why is it a vector? Project is an either. Oh, I didn't. I removed this. Cool. So, first artifact, group ID. Okay, we don't have first artifact. We have to basically query that. How do we? Oh, it's scraper. Okay. We can move this thing here. Why doesn't Scala FMT work? What the hell? Um, so we don't want to. We want to write to database transactionally. So what we have to capture in transaction really. Um, is it really important for us? I mean, not definitely. We don't have to do a transaction that captures both project and all artifacts that belong to the project. We don't have to do that. That would be dumb. That would block database for ages. So I think we can work in chunks. So the first thing, we get a project, right? And we definitely can already store it. So yeah, basically we can open transact scope, or even, maybe should we open a transaction here or in a lower scope? If we do this here, everything will be captured in a single transaction. So maybe just connect ds, or it returns a value, so it doesn't really. I mean, it's a single insert, so we don't have to care. But we can say val project role connect, and in this connection, insert that to the database. Right. Okay. Go away. Okay. Now, for that project, what's happening here? No given dbtex. Oh, it has came back. Okay, it has to be transact, but it's actually interesting. So you recall the conversation about upsert method, that we wanted these two queries to be happening in the same transaction. Okay, so now compiler tells us, oh, but you aren't providing transactional boundary now. So transact. Now it should be fine, yeah. Cool. So artifact row, artifact repo. To do that, we need some artifacts, and we have to fetch them. And yeah, that will get us all the artifacts for a project, because it's not paged. That's fine, I guess. And with all the artifacts, that's a vector of artifact. Now we would like to join them. And it's a tricky bit, a little bit tricky. I would like for this to happen incrementally. Now we cannot do anything about the fact that we are holding everything in memory, because the API just, it doesn't work in a paging way. It doesn't page. So we will hold everything in memory. We could do, I think it was, how was this method called? Oh my god. Those squads have completely broken my mind. It's what? Not, by the way, those are all the methods defined on Scala collections. If you're new to Scala, we have those insane amounts of combinators on stuff, and that happens in every library where you go. So you build out of stuff that is already built, and you don't have to implement things by hand. But it costs memory, your memory. You have to remember them, and I'm currently trying to figure out. Oh, it was grouped. Yeah. Duh. Yeah. So what should we what window size should we use? That's one way of going about it. Let's say we'll take what 25, right? Should we? Because what I wanted to do was to run those queries, requests in parallel. So 25, heavy enough? Maybe I don't know, let's start with 20, right? So for group do, and we have a group. So it's a vector of artifact. It's a smaller vector. It's a subvector. And if my recollection is correct, it will never overlap. So that's fine. So group. Now with a group, now this is the interesting bit, because we want to do parallelism here, right? Do we want to run everything in one go, or just run 5 at the same time and then another 5? And we could group them by 5 if we wanted that. So maybe let's just run them, all of them together. So if we were using Katz effect or ZO, we would just map that to, a collection of effects, and then run a parse sequence on that. It would just start fibers, so kind of like coroutines, like in Go, and you would then get collection of responses. So if we do something like group, let's write it in the same way, like project group do, and we just run. Oh no, not a double. If we run this will be sequential, right? So it doesn't give us anything. And also we could jump onto a thread and just do that this way, and we would have have a mutable collection here, a synchronized mutable collection to aggregate that messy. So I guess the best way would be to group map. And you know what? It's taken a bit longer than I hoped. I don't have anything to do today. So I will just grab a cup of tea and we'll get back to this, finish this, and then I will go for lunch. I hope that's fine with you. So I'm just gonna grab a cup of tea and I'll be back in a moment. Welcome back. So I grabbed tea, learned that there's a drama in kitchen. One of my cats decided to protest about the apparent lack of snacks, and one plastic food holder is broken, and my fiancée didn't want to vacuum the kitchen out of the broken stuff, you know, vacuum the dirt and everything that is in the floor. So we're living with cats. Cool. I mean, cats seem to work with the same amount of overhead that you would get with cats. Anyway, where were we? Okay, so we want to use Ox now. Ox, it's a library for concurrency, and it uses Loom. It's basically Loom underneath. So we have to now decide how we want to use this capability to do stuff concurrently. What is the scope in which we want to do this stuff, and what we want to do in case of errors. Now, it also offers some additional, nice stuff, like with Ox Resilience, we get retries, and that's nice. So I guess we can already import that. I think it means that we can also drop, we can do something like that, because we want those okay methods. Yeah, Magnum as group, well, we don't need that. We can also do that, simplify a little bit, and yeah, so the drama in the kitchen, it also means that I really should get there and have a lunch and feed cats too. Fancy is also swamped with work, so I told her we'll finish this, and once it's done and scraping is going, I'm taking a break for a lunch. So we have a group. So I'm just thinking about whether we should open supervised scope here and use forks. I think there was a combinator that would do what we want. There's documentation now. We don't need any channels. No need for that. Retries work pretty easily. There's no funny stuff involved with that. Parallelized collection operations. Yeah, they have operators for that. Now, if any transformation fails, others are interrupted, which is very nice. We don't want to, wait for those other requests, because we are going to request stuff from the API. So map_par does what we want. It interrupts all the other connections, but the thing is, it refroze. So I guess we have to do this in an attempt. Now, this is an interesting bit, because this part of APIs with cat's effect, with ZO, is very well defined, and it's very, very safe now. Other than, if you call start, so you start a fiber, I think cat's effect went and fixed that. Can you, dear chat, can you still run a fiber without running it in a resource in cats effect free. I don't remember. Maybe they have completely sealed this shut. If you have to use a resource, it will always delimit a scope in which this fiber lives, right? I think you can do this in ZO, and they have an assumption that given that they have supervision, if you interrupt the parent fiber, all the children fibers will be interrupted too. So ZO, I think they have the capability to do this in a safe-ish way without leaks. But the question is, oh my god, there goes my voice. Maybe I just need to drink more, or use a sore throat tablet. God damn it, I have something like that. Anyway, question is, what happens if we do this map bar? So we can do group map, and usual map would be, okay, take an artifact and drop this. This is mostly okay. Fetch artifact info is either. Now, funny thing is, this is fine. And yeah, that's one of the things that I wanted to talk about today. Let's comment this out just to have it. Comment it out just to make it compile. So if we do something like that, by the way, would it compile this way? It's always unclear. Yeah, it works. But for readability's sake, let's leave it this way. So if we do this, this works because this map is a local operation. This lambda runs on this thread on which we are in this scope. So it's the same thread. And it doesn't matter if it's a virtual thread or not. If it's, platform system thread. This map runs on the same thread. Every lambda is executed sequentially. So for every artifact in the group, we get sequential evaluation here. The lambda is executed, and after it finishes, we get result. Now, this is kind of important here. What we do here with this OK, because what this OK does, we are in the either scope here. Let's close this. We don't need that anymore. We are in this either scope, and this is the biggest problem in non-pure functional approach right now, I think, because this is a gotcha. If we do this thing here and change this, is perm up? Oh no, I have to probably import that. Oh yeah, it isn't imported directly. What the hell? Does it work now? Oh, map par, sorry. Map par, yeah. So if we do this, I guess it still compiles, right? No? What? Oh yeah, well, yeah. It's a different shape of a function. A little bit. It's carried. So there are two argument lists, and first is parallelism. Okay, so if we do this thing, and it means that we could, I guess, run this on the artifacts directly. If we do this, and we do this in this lambda, that's a big problem. Because what this does underneath is it uses boundary break mechanism. And if you're not familiar with boundary break that came in Scala 3, it is basically the breaks are using throw. They are throwing exceptions. That's control, flow control using exceptions. And yeah, that is a problem because this lambda now is not happening on the local thread. So if this fails, we have a problem. So Ox currently has it has things that aren't really working together. Like where was it? No. No. Is this thing documented? Utilities probably. No. Control flow methods? No. Retrace resources. Utilities. Where did they put the let's see, either combinators? Searching. Try. Quick example, error handling. Oh, it's an error handling section. Is it? Yeah. Oh, this is useful, actually. That's my attempt method but it's not, an extension, a lazy extension. It's a direct call. You have to pass stuff into it as arguments. So what can we do? We can get a collection of items. So, or we can completely ditch that, because mapper does that already. And I'm wondering if we do okay. It's a problem. That's something that, by the way, capture checker will handle. So it will prevent escape scenarios for this case, because what we are talking about here, if we do okay here, this is guaranteed to compile because we are in either scope here. It provides evidence that this method takes that it's in the either scope, and we can use this method only in either scope. But this either scope encompasses multiple threads, because we are currently here in multiple threads scenario. This lambda will be executed on different threads. So it escapes. It really escapes. This exception will be thrown on a different thread. And it's not the same stack trace as this. It's not the same stack, basically. Not the same thread. So you can't just, go to another thread and rewind it to the handler here, because it's not on the same thread. So we could do, and that's pretty, big if. We could do something like that. It's not beautiful. It's not gonna be very nice. And part of this exercise with building this application is to figure out how these things behave in real life scenarios. So like I mentioned before, we can completely drop this. It already takes care of parallelism handling for us. And we know that it's gonna always run 20 of those lambdas in parallel. And if anything goes wrong, it will throw. So we can prevent throwing using this, simple funny thing here that I've made, which will capture that. Now, problem is, why did this type makes sense, because I didn't provide anything here. So I can manually say exception failed to fetch artifact info for artifact, and we probably shouldn't just print the whole case class here. We should just say the artifact is Group ID. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Cool. Oh yeah, definitely. This is what we want to do. So uh, that's not nice. But we throw a specific exception, and then the fiber fails with this exception, and then map_par will do its magic. It will interrupt everything beside the stuff that's thrown, and it will rethrow this exception, which will capture with attempt. Less nice, I have to say. I have to admit it. This is less nice than whatever we would have with cuts of factor 0, because I don't really want to see this code. I don't want to throw. I would like to jump to places that we have explicitly, marked as handlers. So no. But yeah, that's what we get. So we get an either, which might contain an error. So the question is, what do we do? Should we stop? Well, if we want to stop, we can just do this, and that's fine. It will catch this final either. The final either will contain this error, so we can do this. But we want the return value out of this, and the return value out of this is the artifact info. Right. So, is it really what we want to do? What other combinators do we have? Because what is, what I have, collect par for each par, map par. Map par is defined on everything. Excuse me, I just, touched the microphone. Is map par defined on everything? What is it defined on? Par iterable. Oh, I wanted to see what they mentioned here. Use map as view. That's on channels. It's irrelevant to this use case. Okay, so I was thinking about doing that in a bit different way. Yeah, we will open a full scope, and I don't think we can. Yeah, we have to do something different here. We are going to open another either scope, which is fine to some degree. I mean, oh, by the way, if I have some Scala people here, what do you think about this, curly braceless style? So, fewer braces style. This opens a scope, and, it's delimited in this way. I usually prefer this. I'm trying to figure out, and with this method, this is basically the same thing. So we could have this way. It also works, and I'm still trying to figure out which style I prefer. I mean, if we are talking about scopes, this, as a label looks fine. But if you do the same thing for a function, rubs me in the wrong way. Anyway, what do we get with the nested either scope? Well, we can now artifact info. We can now get this value directly, and we can. We don't have to do anything with project. What we want to do, we want to create an artifact row. We want to store an artifact. So we are fetching, and then in the same go, storing that. this transact block, it encompasses only this transaction. So if we just move this block here, one more, yeah, cool. And now delete everything. This should line up. It should work. It's not first, but it is artifact, just artifact. So now it should compile. Yeah, and it says, okay, but you didn't provide a transactional scope. And we need that. So we can do this. That's fine. So we are saying, okay, so open a transaction and just do an upsert, single upsert. And nothing is, happening transaction. Now, whether that's an optimal approach, it probably isn't, by the way. So if I work with you and you didn't like curl base, I would start to copy you and would get used to it. Would you? That's an open question, Chris. That's an open question because I've heard a lot of arguments about that. I'm fine, with doing stuff like that, manually working on indentation. I'm fine with that. From what I hear, there's a lot of people that are used to v-like handling, and that's, for me, it's just a single click with the touchpad. And I'm used to working on MacBook. I like touchpads. I have no issues with that. But I guess people that don't really use mouses or touchpads, they might be kind of aggrieved because tooling doesn't really help you a lot with proper indentations and support. And it's, let's see, will Scala FMT think that it should be fixed? No, it didn't do anything. Does it even compile now? Apparently it does. But if we do, if we do something like that, we end up with this, right? Yeah, we end up with this because we have been doing refactoring. We have pasted that. So if you are a Vim or Emacs user, you can't just do this. I guess there's a combination of clicks that you have to do. I'm absolutely not fluent with Vim or Emacs. So my idea is they probably have a shortcut for that, but it probably is clunky. It's feeling clunky that you have to do this. It's not a big problem for me, but the tooling isn't, on par. So let me show you what the problem is. If we do this, and we do this, and we then do this, and we do this. Oh, sorry, yes, yeah, I forgot that there's one more. If we do this, it's fine. Scala is complaining with a warning. Line is indented too far. But as far as I know, yeah, it's fine. It's just fine. Because this delimits the scope semantically. There is, semantically? Or am I just, did I drift into absurd? Anyway, this doesn't mean the same thing. Because this now means a different scope. And when you had curly braces, scope was clear from one brace to another. Now we have to have proper indentation for compiler to say, okay, now you're fine. This is okay. So, interesting bit. If we do this way, what I would like to do is take 20 artifacts, scrape them, fetch them all in parallel, have a collection of, get those 20. I want the failure mode to be, if whatever goes wrong, we stop. I don't want to think about retrace it. Not yet. Oh god, it's already 30 minutes past 2. Oh. So if I wanted, I would like this to work this way, that we run queries to, we fetch stuff from the API in parallel. We get 20 artifact infos back, and then we do a single insert with insert many. And it seems that's a bit problematic, because mapper, correct me if I'm wrong, but mapper works only on collections. So on anything that's it's iterable. So if we rewrite that, let's drop this. Let's drop the fancy syntax because I want to see what I'm doing. Yeah, but that basically gives me a collection, a full collection. So all the stuff, right? Yeah, we have all the artifact infos. Not what we wanted. So yeah, maybe we should go with the group by variant. Grouped. And in this group, kind of makes sense to do this. Artifact infos. Now, yeah, and that forces us to revert to this mode. Oh, not nice. So mapper now does its magic, and yeah, and you know, I'm missing my braces because I would now do something like that. Attempt. And now I can do this either here. Open this scope. I mean, it's probably not even really necessary because now we are on the main thread again. So we can do okay. And that happened in parallel. We have this cotton, you know, we have completed this fetching in parallel. We could replace that with value, maybe later. Make it configurable. Okay, and artifact infos. So now what we want to do, yeah, something like that. What I would like to suggest to him is to use the names. I've deleted that part of code, so we lost the sample. Come on. What's the first column? Group ID. Group ID. Cool. Now, could you kindly continue? It's gonna work line by line, but yeah, that's fine by me. And we are done. Okay, so we have what? Yeah, IRI from. Cool. So we have a vector of artifact creators, and and we don't have an ups at all. That sucks. Yeah, we have ins at all, but not as ups at all. Oh god. Oh god. Let's see. Let's see how this stuff works for insert all. We can't be doing that because that will throw, right? If we get a conflict, it will throw. So defaults, what does it, construct? Okay, we won't be seeing that here. We won't be seeing that. We can find it here in the code base. Source main. That was defaults, right? Repo defaults. So the query, I wanted to see Postgres, by the way. Repo defaults. If it does an update all or insert all, insert SQL with entity creators and insert SQL. What is it? Generic in amount of rows? No, it's a single insert. So does it work with insert many? How? Log SQL. You see, right. Interesting. It somehow is capable of appending next tuples, because basically you just have to append more tuples. Or there's a bug. We don't know. We can check tests. I think I've worked with tests here, and I did implement some small things to Magnum. I think there was an insert all method test. Yeah, there's an insert all returning. So yeah, seems to work just fine. So insert all returning works. Now question is whether the same thing holds true if we wanted to do upsert all. I don't know. Upsert all doesn't exist. Makes sense. Repo. Artifact repo. Upsert all. Let's ask Google. Oh, it's probably does it work? Yeah. No, that's a single row. No, that's not what we want. No. That's not what we want. So Postgres. Guess it should be. So that's what we are doing. Okay, now, interesting bit. Let's just copy our question. Okay, so AI says it is possible. And yeah, it kind of makes sense. So it should be just fine. Only question is, how do we construct this query in a way that it has multiple tuples? Haven't done that yet. It's a new thing. Okay, Scala. So we've been in that part of the code just a moment ago. This insert SQL, and it's just, it's a actual interpolation. So EC codec. Okay, EC codec will handle that. So if this is a vector of artifact creator, how do we represent that? Because if we do this, it basically means we want to insert, like an RI. So what is the mechanism Magnum uses for cases like that? If I want to do multiple inserts, batch updates, what is done in batch update? Is this the only thing that we can do? It's an open question whether this is just supported. I haven't used this method yet. I wonder what it does. Okay. What does it do? So it takes an iterable, and it wants it returns an update. So that's not what we want. We want a returning clause. But what does it do actually? So the nicest thing about this library, Magnum, is that it is written in a very simple way. It's easy to understand what is happening when you need that. So it takes an iterator. Okay. If there aren't any, if it's empty iterator, it just returns success. First frag. Okay, and then it composes those updates, right? First frag writer PS. Okay, so it writes, it just creates a statement and it writes next batch. Frag. Yeah. So it is a batch. Okay. I have a feeling that this isn't supported. What we want to do. Which is kind of bad, because if we don't do this, we will, it will be very slow, basically, because we will have one insert per, upsert, basically, per every artifact. So batch update won't work with this, I think. Would it work if we dropped returning clause? I don't think it would, because we're not performing an update. Yeah, it won't work, because we're, even if we made it an update, won't work. And if we try to interpolate that directly into the string, I don't think it supports such a way, such a thing. So if we let's see. I'm curious how it will fail. So tuples AC map, and we want to turn every one of them into. Oh yeah, that's not exactly what we want to do, but yeah, it is kind of fine for what I want to do, really, because I want to do this. Yeah, but it won't work. No, that's not gonna fly, because it's not gonna catch that. The only thing that exists is the batch update thing, and I still don't understand what. Oh, upsert. Oh, no, that's a very bad idea. If we have this thing, how does it work with insert many? It's probably something internal that allows it to do this. Insert single, this is right single, and this right entity creators. So it takes iterable, and EC codec has a way to do this, but it does this on this level already. Con, what is con on this level? Con. Oh god. Oh, it's just using. Cool. How is this method defined? No, won't help. Okay, cool. I'm thinking if we could just copy this into our repo and see what is missing from private methods. Yeah. Let's say iterable, it doesn't matter. Artifact creator. And it returns artifact row. So what is missing? Log SQL is missing. Oh yeah, we don't have access to this. That's a private thing? Yeah, it's in the scope in which this is defined, so we won't be seeing that. Oh god. Yeah, I was so happy about eloquent in PHP before, and yeah, that's the case. I went off the rails. So Magnum is kinda like this kind of libraries. It gives you a lot of stuff if you want to start, but then it's tricky if you want to do something custom. I guess we can just, it's just an interpolated string. Oh, it's interpolated with all the. Oh shit, we can't do anything because this is actually built by a macro. So you can't do anything. All of that stuff is based on a macro. So it has all the information about the table. And we won't get those things. Nope. So this is no go because we can't get this. Easy codec. Yeah, we could get it. But those are private methods too. Fuck. Oh, god damn it. Okay. Let me revert that. That's disappointing a bit. So what we can do? Well, only thing we can do is to just live with the fact that this is gonna be slow. And given that absurd, we would need something, a generic mechanism to do this. If you have any ideas, by the way, chat, on how we can do this with Magnum, I would be very happy to hear that. But for now, I don't see anything we can do, which is bad. Yeah, so we can run those queries in parallel, so we can swamp our database a bit. That's not gonna be as fast, so multiple queries are always slower than one chunky query, batch query. So, absurd. Yeah, then we have artifacts creators, so we have to do the same dance as we had done here. Just run 20 of them in parallel, and that's everything that we can do. So we don't want to run them all in a single transaction, definitely. So it's artifact creators for. No, not really. Artifact creators map par. We know that there's 20 of them. AC. AC. Now we don't want to do this again, so no way. And if it's not right, this gives us what does it give us? Absurd. Absurd is what? Either of? Yeah. So what's the problem? No given. Oh yeah, right. So transact. So we want to open transactional scope here. For just the upturn, it takes the BTX, so it has to be a transaction. But other than that, this returns a failure, possible failure, so we catch that with an attempt. And we can say, okay, and should do the work. I can see that we are going to write a variant using monadic APIs of that, just to be able to compare. Okay, we don't need that. That was a discussion. Just checking whether everything is correct here, and it looks like, yeah, this is in mapper. It will interrupt everything, then wrap it in an either, and when it's wrapped in an either, it's gonna jump to this block. This is fine. This is okay. So, by the way, we could get artifacts, right? I mean, we had this in the scope, right? So artifact rows, and we could take a look at what we have inserted. It probably doesn't really matter. So let's get some diagnostics here. Yeah, whatever. It can be scribe, it can be pprint, log. Okay. Yeah, because it doesn't have s, so he thinks we want to concatenate strings. We don't want to. Cool. So are we still in the scope? Yeah, we are. Okay. And now the question is, should we or shouldn't we sleep here? Because if we don't, we are going to execute, 20 in parallel, 20 in parallel, 20 in parallel. It's not a streaming approach, so we are not going to keep, a steady flow of 20 queries at the same time, all the time. Would be nice with FS2. It could be done there pretty easily. So yeah, I think we can drop this. We cannot. Yeah. Just to see the progress. Let's see. Okay. I wanted to make it quick and dirty, and OCD is taking better of me. So yeah, let's see how it works. Let's see whether it works actually. Okay, seems to work. Okay, so I'm gonna grab something to eat and see you soon in like 20-25 minutes, I hope. Cheers. Welcome back. Okay, so it failed. Not really surprising. It's exactly as I thought it would. Failed to fetch artifact info. Hmm. Yeah. Now, it dawned on me that this is not really useful because, what did I do? Did I do anything? No. What the hell? Oh. Hmm. Yeah. So when we do something like that, it's not really precise. Oh, come on. What? Sorry, my fat fingers are missing the key. Um, it would probably be more useful to do a match here. Because if we have a problem here, we can now pass this information. So it's more useful. It tells us what the cause was. And if we use a get or else, we drop this information, which is probably not what we want because now we don't know what happened. So we want to pass this information. And if this is fine, well, we just want to pass this value. So we have to do the same thing here. Not here. This isn't what we want. Oh, we only have this one place where this happens. But well, I think we can, improve this place too with a match. So we are passing that as a cause and well value. We don't want to do anything with value, we just want to use it. Okay. Now if we run this again, this should just work, right? Because we have the logic. Oh, why isn't it? Is it compilation problem? Okay, where's run? Okay, metals has a hiccup probably. Anyway, we can connect to our database. $76 projects. Not a lot, but we don't know when it failed. So there's that. Ah, come on. That's a stupid typo. Compile. Is it compiling or what is happening? It's not compiling. Okay, but that is fine. So where's run? See you, Chris. I'm just, checking. Oh, do you? Oh yeah, okay, it works. Cool. So I was afraid that you're seeing lock screen again. Sure. Yeah. Let's install that. Let's make it even slower. Um, okay. Oh, shuffling windows, shuffling windows. Where's my run? Okay, I went to eat at a lunch and Metals has decided to die. I have no idea why. Uh, let's see, maybe output. Let's see. No, main. No, we don't want main. Where's Metals? Could not load snapshot text. Does it tell me anything? No. I'm all for using the big guns. So let's kill absolutely everything and let's hope that after that it will just start working. Maybe, hopefully. Yeah. So I've already mentioned on Twitter, and this is one of the formats of streams that I want to do. And on this format, we would implement stuff and we would do experiments. We would check out ergonomics, usability stuff, compare stuff, do benchmarking. This would be the content that will be here, but mostly in this barely functional series, I would like to implement actual stuff like, user level applications that do something. Okay, it's still borked. I have no idea why. I have no idea how. Let's kill it. And yeah, it's the. I think it's the time for hardest solutions. BSP metals Scala build. So yeah, that happens also to us. People from Virtus Lab. VS Code, I don't think we need to kill VS Code. Yeah, but those things definitely. Well, I would say that it's even fair to say that this happens to people at Virtus Lab even more often because we tend to do interesting, well, it's one way to put it, interesting things with Scala Free. So we tend to find new interesting edge cases. So yeah, Metals has some issues. It might be, I think it's mostly related to the fact that I'm using Scala CLI only. So there's a small, mismatch here. And the team that works on Metals, I think all of them use SBD. And Metals itself, I think it's built with SBD. Scala CLI is built with Mill, so it's not self-bootstrap. And I think it couldn't be. There's a lot of modules in Scala CLI. So, well, we don't have module support yet. No, it wasn't site. Sorry, misclicked. Recent. Okay, it's app. Okay, let's see. I think we need to increase the size a bit. It's doing something. That's the funny bit. Metals is also using Flyway. And it's using SQLite from what I know. It's using H2, I think. It's not SQLite. Is it? I think, yeah, it's the H2. More information. Yeah, I want to see what semantic DB is borked. Okay, now it's not borked. And here, well, we don't have a task scope. There's nothing in task scope. Okay, it indexed stuff. Where's my? Oh yes, cool. Yeah, nice, fine. Okay, so it's doing things again. Now, the only improvement we have done right now is that when it comes to this point, it will fail. Now we are swamping um, the API a bit. I'm wondering whether, I don't know, maybe there is something that is detecting if there's such a attack, because it would classify something like it should be what, 20 in jumps, right? 20 connections, a spike, a spike, a spike. We're not keeping that as stream. It's a good question if whether we could. It's yeah. I think with Ox, yeah, I think with Ox, but we wouldn't be able to use those easy combinators. So you would be able to do that with FS2 on a stream. Okay, well, failed to fetch. Cool. Why? What's the cause? Oh God, don't tell me that it's just pipprint log is doing that to us. I think it is. It's just I'm dumb. It didn't take much time, by the way. So yeah, let's refroll that and run it again. Okay, so um, I think that it will take a lot of time to scrape the whole database, even if we don't moderate the amount of traffic that we send there. But it's index dev, so I guess we're fine with that. Probably nobody will scream at us. Maybe Adrian will, but let's see. Um, Artifacts. Oh, there's a problem there, right? Scraping. Um, because this should be interpolated. Line 108. What did I do here? Oh, god damn it. It's stupid. It's not doing what I wanted it to do. So, scribe info. That would be probably much better. And let's stop it and restart. Can you stop? Whatever. Yeah. So that's, by the way, an interesting bit that Scribe does. It is able to pull lines that are coming at the same time and have the same source. So we can see them. We don't have separate lines with everything in the same block. It just takes a few of them together and then brings them together. Okay, that's gonna take a while. So let's talk about this database. What I'm doing? What am I doing? Projects limit 10. Yeah. So we have something like that. Cool. Okay. Nice. Now we have something like artifacts limit 10. Okay. We have licensing. Cool. Project FK, release date, licenses, language, platform. Oh, okay. So SBT plugins. Now, Circa. Oh, whoa. Go away received. Oh. Oh, we are being throttled. Interesting. Um, hmm. Cool. This error is big. Why is it a circular reference? I don't know. Anyway, so we got this. This is the important bit. Why do we have this address here? No clue. Looks like my local address in my, local net. Maybe that's due to NAT. Anyway, go away, received. So we are swamping the API and it's telling us to work off. So we do need to sleep a bit. Now, currently that doesn't really bother us. All the stuff that we're doing is happening on the main thread, so we can sleep on the main thread. It's not a problem. So how long do we want to sleep? Oh, hello, by MD Fury. Oh, it's very quiet. Oh, that's not good. Oh, I see. Yeah, I checked in the OBS. So is this okay? Is this better? I am having a good day, thank you. Yeah. Okay. Let me see, because I don't want. I wanted to avoid this situation and changing this gain. Okay. Yeah, because it very quickly gets into yellow area. If are you hearing any cutoffs? Let's make a. Okay, it's quite overall. Still really quiet. But do you hear cutoffs if I do something like that? I mean, I understand that if we get into the reds, yeah, that's if I get into the reds, it's broken, right? And I just did. And you hear. Let's maybe tune it a little bit down. Okay, is it better now? Post-processing. Well, I have my mic gain 100% in OBS, and if I increase mic gain on the microphone itself, well, it doesn't, it goes into red very quickly. Yeah, but that's not true. Like I said, I have it in OBS set to 100%. I'm not doing anything else, I think. So is it better now, or is it still very very quiet? Still the same. Microphone configuration is a bitch. Okay, let's see. I'll try and see if there are any advanced audio properties. Okay, volumes. That is gain. Yeah. I'm getting it recorded. I think I have to just record something with OBS and see whatever is happening with what it's sending. So I don't want to go over the current level because I'm seeing my voice crossing the yellow area quite often, and I know that at red it basically cuts off everything. So if this is fine, we can continue, I think. So the question was, but do scream if you hear cutoffs, okay? I'm not sure what's the correct word in English for when you go overboard with signal from microphone, but that's what I mean. So the question was, how long should we sleep here? Not to get go away, because we get go aways. So I guess it's also a question whether we should, if it's a question of single batch of 20, or are we getting that inside of a batch? I guess it's more a global problem, and it's not gonna be solved with something small. So I think we have to do something like around a second and see what happens. Maybe let's start with smaller values and let's see whether it improves the situation. So let's start with 300 milliseconds, and well, it will either fail or not. If it doesn't fail, that's the correct value to wait, and if not, well, we'll just increase it. So let's talk about the database. We have this set of there's two sets of data. We have projects and we have artifacts. We can do a join. Projects P. I think the syntax was join artifacts A. I think it was what a project FK. Limit, let's see, 10. Okay. Let's see. Let's add a filter where that's P, right? P organization. Okay, we just have catnip. That's a bit, it's not much. I think it was distinct. Was it a function? Is distinct a function? It's clipping. Yeah. Do you hear any clipping right now, or is this fine? What was the distinct clause? I don't remember. Maybe it will just get an error. From projects. Oh, it works. No. I don't think it's doing what I hoped it would. It's here. What do we have here? Is it still going, by the way? Oh, it looks like maybe it helped. Just 300 milliseconds between batches. This was the library that failed, right? I think. GQL. Okay, software mill. We have something from software mill. Cool. I would like to find something. Oh yeah, cool. Quick cleanse. Okay, so what can we do with this? Because there's a lot of data. Part of this is not very interesting for us. We want to answer some obvious questions when we have this site. Is it yeah, it's the one. But did we close it already? No, we didn't. It's just here. It doesn't have a favicule. So in this table, we want to list those libraries. And I have to figure out those audio issues. Just, I have zero professional experience with audio stuff. But yeah, we'll worry about that later. Maybe I'll figure out something on the weekend. Anyway, so we want libraries listed in this site, and we want a nice search bar, some filters, and what kind of information we would like to have in this table by default. What is the value that we want to bring to the user when he just comes here? Well, some kind of sorting would be probably relevant. So the idea for this website is to have an overview on the ecosystem, what is happening in the ecosystem. So maybe we could sort on release dates. We have this information. It's here, it's release date. And we could sort on that. And when you come to Scala today, you would see a table with latest releases by default. So what you come to is table of it shows you what was released lately. So just something that would be sort of useful out of the box, because the other and the more important thing that we want to achieve here is to have a way to communicate with users and to let users give us some information about, okay, this library, it's causing me some problems. I want to migrate to Scala 3 and this library hasn't been released yet. So at VirtualLab we have done a lot of migrations of libraries. We have helped with migrations of libraries, and well, it is important for us to get all of us, so the whole Scala ecosystem, onto Scala 3. And there's a lot of incentives to do this. The easiest and the most understandable is that maintenance of two compilers is hard. So if we could move everyone to Scala 3, I know it's a long goal, but if we could move everyone to Scala 3, it would make maintenance much easier. It's just a single code base then. We have two compilers at the moment. So while Scala 2 is basically just maintained, so the bugs are fixed, hot fixes are for that, security issues are fixed, things like that are done. And I think there are some there is some work happening on Scala 2 still, that it's only relevant to the context of migration. So there are some backports being done. Excuse me. Like I mentioned, I have OCD, and that's a cat on my monitor. So yeah. So to facilitate the migration, we want users to have something readily usable that helps them check out whether everything that they need is already migrated, or to complain, basically to tell us, okay, this thing is blocking us, and we have a gazillion dollar worth of business which is not moving to Scala 3 because this library hasn't been ported. So okay. So we have this draft of the website, we have this data set. Now the question is what and how we want to present. There is some information which is encoded, and it's an interesting bit of information once we look at it, because we have this column platform. So part of information is hidden in artifact ID here. because there's the Scala suffix for version of the language. This is for the version of the language, and this is for the platform. So this is Scala.js release 1, so version 1. And for instance, this is Scala native, compiled with Scala free compiler. Oh my god, come on. Yeah, this is the language version, and then platform version, Scala native 04. So when library developers work with Scala, they cross-compile stuff. So they compile the same code base into artifacts that are for, meant to be used with different versions of the language and different platforms. Like Quicklines can be used with Scala native. I don't see Scala native 05 yet, so it wasn't published for Scala native 05. It was released lately, but there's an artifact for Scala.js for version 3 of the language and for version 2.12, and I guess we would find 2.13 too. Let's drop the limit, and maybe we will see it. Negative SJS 2.13, yeah, so it's here. So definitely we don't want to show all this stuff in the main site, in the main website, in the main table. My idea would be to just show projects, because that's the biggest, that brings the most value to the user. So I can see that the Quicklines library, it is kind of similar to what we get on Scaladex, I guess. Index dev. Well, it can be dev, whatever. Let's say cats. This search doesn't work like it should, I think. Cats. Oh god. How is it sorted? I have no idea. Okay, maybe if we write type level cats. No. Cats. Core. My god. What the hell? Maybe let's don't use the dev version. Okay, yeah, it was a problem with the dev version. Cool. So they already have a lot of information, but they have this. If we go to search cats, we look in, yeah. So they have this bit of information. So which platforms are available, and what runtimes are available. So which platforms are also available. So this is very similar thing that we want to have to what we want to have. Now, oh, they also have information from GitHub. I don't think we have it. We probably could just scrape GitHub for that information, because we have project coordinates, so we can do that. It's public information. So what should we show here? Name of the project, definitely. On which versions it already is released. So, like here. Sorted with release date. But release date, this is a join, right? Release date is only, on the artifact table. Oh, so yeah, we have to figure out how to do that in SQL so that we can sort that. Because we don't want the software. Well, let's see. Is it still running, or did it fail? Oh, I think it failed already. Oh yeah, go away. Okay, times 2. whatever. It failed on, oh god, this exception is huge. It's circular somehow. Oh, it's the same library. Okay, so we are crossing some threshold at this library, and then it fails. I have a faint memory that I've seen this problem before, because in experiments that I had for scraping, I mentioned that before I did scrape the full library from Scala. It took just 26 hours, I think. So I can check, by the way. Let me quickly check what was the timing that I used. Maybe we could just shave a bit of time here. Oh, I even added jitter back then. So I used 500 plus something between minus 300 milliseconds plus 300 milliseconds, but that was between pages. So I guess it won't work here because we are doing full chunks. Let's see. Anyway, so we're gonna drop this where. Yeah, and this is kind of big and not very useful. I should probably figure out this thingy. It probably will come handy now. This isn't. We don't want to use the SQLite database now, so we have to change the database. Connect to PostgreSQL. Yeah, Postgres. Will it connect? Okay, yeah, download the driver, cool. Database is Postgres, cool. Don't save. Is this the connection that we're using right now? I want to disconnect from this thing. Cool. Did it drop the connection from Postgres? Why? Okay, doesn't matter. Select all from, I mean, could we just copy that? Disconnected from database. Why? Am I still disconnected? Disconnected? Like a child in fog. Cool. Okay. Am I connected? So it's connected to this thing, but I don't want to be connected to this thing. It's a Scalide. Okay, fuck off. I've lost. No. I've lost patience. I don't care. I just want, to operate in this database context. Cool. Panels. No. Hide it. Oh my. What did I do? Oh, okay. So we have a table called artifacts, and the artifacts table has release date. Now there's gonna be tricky, and I wonder if we can make it fast, because we want to join with ordering on something that is on the second table. I think we should probably also, but let's of course let's measure that. Let's not just go ahead and do this. But since we're going to use release date, we probably will need an index on release date. Now if we just did order by what? Why can't it be uppercase? Oh god. Okay. I'm not gonna fight it. I don't care. So it's a release date. As descending. What does it do? Okay, it shows me something that was released yesterday. That's the first thing. Now, that's fine, but what if we wanted to limit that? Like, we want top 10. That doesn't work, right? Obviously, we are hitting a problem because we are not grouping stuff in any way. So we have to group by, but there's a problem because, and it might be, the best solution might be to have something a bit different, like have a third table, for instance, have a helper table that would provide us with information that we can currently derive from all the artifacts that we have, because we are interested in this and this. So for which language version something was released and what platform. And this is kind of important because those things are not, we can't just have a it's not oh god, my brain is turning off. Friday vibes, right? We can't have a Cartesian product here. It's not a Cartesian product. So if something was released for Scala.js at language level 211, it doesn't mean, I mean in this case it is, but it doesn't mean it will be for Scala native. Like this library, this artifact could not exist. So each of those rows is an important bit of information, and we need to have this bit of information. But we also need to aggregate to get sensible, result query. So, dear chat, do you have any good ideas on how we can approach that? Because one thing we could do, and it's the simplest way, we can group by stuff that we know is kind of unique. So there is a possibility. That's also kind of important. I'm not sure if we have a good example. Let's see. Yeah, it did fail already. Oh god damn it. Okay, I'm giving up a bit. So for project, this is the same scope, right? It's in the violet. No. Oh, maybe I'm for group. No, it's the correct scope. So we're waiting after each group. Yeah. Yeah, let's see. You know what? Just to make it visually obvious that I'm not doing something stupid. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely this thing. It's gonna be slow. It's gonna be very slow. I assume that there's something in Scala Center infrastructure that does this routing part, some load balancer, that also detects things that look like attacks, and I get go away. So it's gonna be slow, and I'm not gonna improve upon that. I'm wondering if 1000 milliseconds is fine, if it's enough, just because we are doing 20 parallel requests. So I have no idea how this policy that gives us this go away error, how this policy looks like. So what is the the bound? How are we bounded? It might be something like in let's say a minute you can only do, let's say, 80 requests or something like that. I mean, we probably would hit that before, so it's probably a bigger time window, but we still cross it somehow. Interesting that when it fails, well, I don't react immediately, but yeah, I don't react immediately, so we don't see if another rerun would already get into the same error. Usually it goes for some time and only crashes on the same library. By the way, it's very consistent. It's always failing on this thing that we have been seeing here, this organization Valdemarger and GQL stuff. Oh, they are, yeah. They are sending a lot of artifacts. Okay. Another HTTP client. Not related to throttling. Okay. Thousand requests. Oh, yeah, that rings some bells. Um, I think it's yeah. I think if it's using HTTP2 and we are reaching the bound, yeah, we are reaching the bound on how many requests can be done on the same connection. We should just dispose of the connection and take another one. God damn. Fun. Okay, so it's gonna reach. Yeah, we could, by the way, just count the count. Let's see. Let's try. Let's drop this and stop this and count the amount of queries that we do. Yeah, in so after trying, let's bump it after trying increment and get. Let's see. And now, if there's any failure, I guess we are in the scope where we have access to scraper. Yeah, we do. Yeah. Scraper, and we need a method to expose this information. Maybe no. If that's 1,000, we don't need a long. Yeah. And just let's just see what happens. If it's 1,000, it's definitely this. But we will have information about that anyway. So that's a good question. How do we kill the connection, the current connection that we have? I guess this is probably a good base in how to implement this anyway. But quick requests, that's a good question whether this holds some kind of connection pool internally. We aren't reusing anything else, so STP would have to hold something somewhere. Basic request response. There's a send, there's a backend in quick default sync backend. Yeah, it should. Okay, go away. It's not throttling. Good catch. Okay. Near 10,000. It's an academic question whether it's this value precisely, or is there something else related to that? Really quiet. God damn it. Okay, but if I do something like that, let's make it go all the way up. I mean, if I do all the way up, it gets into reds immediately. Okay, do you hear clipping now? Or is it better? Okay, so dear chat, tell me if there's some clipping. If you hear any clipping, let me know. I've turned it up all the way up. I've made some tests 2 days ago, and it clipped. Inside an acoustic guitar. Yeah, I have a very small room, my office. Yeah, I should probably just put some noise cancelling panels on the walls. So is it better now? Or maybe the microphone gain doesn't do anything. I don't know. But it looks like now I'm crossing into the red quite often, especially if I'm closer to the microphone. Yeah, I don't know. So is it better or not? You tell me. Okay, so we have this sync backend, and yeah, it probably does hold something here. Wow, so this is better and it's not clipping. But yeah. Okay, there has to be some post-processing happening. I just don't know where then. Where the good level starts. Yeah, way better. Okay. I'm gonna. Hello, Lace. I'm gonna leave it as it is, and apparently it's just something that you have to do. Now I'm wondering whether there's terms of service on Twitch, so I'm not allowed to say that I'm using software that kind of forks things, supposedly. So I'm wondering if both forks have the same experience now. I don't know. And apparently it's not okay to discuss this fact. Whatever. Yeah, let's see maybe if there were any. No. Oh, come on, fuck off. useless. HTTP, go away. Nope. 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 Issues. Zero. Oh, okay. Interesting. So it uses default sync, and what is being used here? Is it the built-in JDK? Yeah, I think it's the built-in JDK handler. So I think we can, given that it's a wrapper, I think we can just see. Oh, this is Chromium. This looks like Java. Okay. It's funny. So I happen to know what is running on the server, and it's Akka HTTP. So Akka HTTP is probably telling us to bugger off after some requests have been made on the same connection. And it assumes that we will handle the HTTP2 protocol correctly. And when we see go away, we will just, okay, let's kill this connection and retry on another one. So you are right. You are right that that's exactly what is happening. Question is, what can we do? So it seems, according to this answer, that HTTP client built into JDK is unable to understand the go away. So HTTP library, whatever, whichever version, by the way, it has multiple backends. Now, thing is, we want to use the sync one. Now, I'm wondering what could we do. And I'm still, Java HTTP client go away. Is there anything we can do to not change the client? I don't want to change the client, by the way. Okay, they suggest to use HTTP 1.1, which wouldn't have this frame. That kind of makes sense. Now that's another question whether we can do this, because it's a wrapper. And it's, oh yeah, my cat. Can you hear the cat? I'm wondering if the microphone is, good enough to also catch my cat screaming at the door. No clipping on the cat. Let me grab him. Here's the kitty. Say hello. You're now internet famous cat. Cool. Oh. What? Is sir. No problems. So, he has his pad here, and he's just gonna accompany me. Okay. Scraping. So this is just the construction of request. What happens, from practical perspective is this, and we don't have with the quick API, we don't have a way to configure that. We could switch from the quick one backend options, and it's using default. So all the defaults are here. Backend options. Let's see what backend options are available. Connection timeout. Not really helpful. Request is sent. Failed effect will be returned or an exception will be thrown. It's a connection timeout on connection, proxies, and that's all. That's all we have here. Okay. Nothing that would be even remotely related to that. Now, still thinking whether, okay, so is this Java class? No, it's still a wrapper. And there's a client, send WebSocket, no. But there is, it takes options, but there's also a variant that takes a pre-configured HTTP client. What was the incantation, the magical incantation to set it to use version in your HTTP request? Let's see this conversation. Occasionally go away from server when using HTTP2. Yeah, okay. May 16 of 23. Built-in JavaNet HTTP client. Cool. Anything? Okay. Now we have a second cat under the door. Are you coming in? Okay. More cats. No, you're not living now. After the data frame. Okay. After the data frame. Liberty, no. Chunked. Okay, so it seems that people are just downgrading to HTTP 1.1. Wow, HTTP 2 is such a mess. No. No, it doesn't improve stuff for us. Hmm. What? Are you leaving now? Hmm. Doesn't help us. Okay, you know what? Um, instead of thinking about this is kind of stupid, right? Um, we should just leverage the fact. I mean, getting into internal so that we could do that. Yeah, definitely. We could unwrap the whole networking stack here, and replace stuff. Fortunately, those libraries are built in a way that allow us to get into the details, but we would have to reconstruct the whole thing with any fixes, and I wasn't able to figure out if there's a fix for that. But we have. The problem is it throws a particular kind of exception, and this kind of exception, um, I think we have it here somewhere. Where's the terminal? Did I kill it completely? God damn. Run and debug. No. View. Run. No. Output. Terminal. Yeah, it's here. I mean, why was I thinking about that? I don't know. So it's what do we get? We get STP client exception, read exception, exception when sending request. Now, can we just catch it and retry that? Because we have aux for handling resiliency. So it should be completely and even, kind of simply doable. Let's go to the docs. There's retries. We want to retry on a particular kind of failure. So some kinds of failures we want to bubble up to the user, and on some kinds of failures we just want to, well, retry. So policies, schedule resort policy on retry. How does it look in practice? Immediate forever delay. Yeah, but okay, but how do I retry on something that I want to, I want to check what I got? Retry when? So that probably takes a partial function that allows me to match on that. Well, let's see. I will just, copy that. Okay, so if we had an either operation here, this froze. Oh, by the way, it's 10,000. It has to be 10,000. It's not 9,992. We just had pending requests and counter bumps after the request was made. So it's not, transactional in any way. So we had just pending requests, and the 10,000 must have triggered it. So yeah. We could just attempt that. So attempt is my small extension method that just takes anything lazily and then wraps that into an either, catching all exceptions. So, safety thing. Now, we don't have to do that. We already do something like that here. So we could basically, we just need this retry policy, schedule immediate free. It makes sense, yeah, maximum 3 times. And retry when, this is important. Yeah, so that's a function from exception, some kind of error, to a boolean. And here's the operation. Here's what we want to wrap. And if we get an either here, signature of this method takes operation that returns either of error or something that we will get out of this operation. And that's exactly what we want to do. So, handle go-aways. Let's call this method this way. It's gonna be EA, or rather, do we have to worry about E, because it doesn't have to be generic in that we have trouble, but just for future, if we had any different error kind, if we can write this correctly on the first go. Block either EA, and this is the thing that we want to pass here. Now this is going to still return EA in an either and pass a policy. Cool. Yeah, get message is not, we don't know what E will be here. Okay, that was a mistake anyway. So it has to be a throwable. Or, yeah, well, on any, we could match on any, but that would be that would be messy. So there's only one kind of error we want to match. And the question is how to deconstruct that so we get correct error, because we don't want to handle any error. This is our exception, and this is the exception that is interesting to us. So it's a read exception. I guess we could see whether we will be able to find it. No. Let's try to import that. Cool. And yeah, it has a field cause. Now it isn't a case class. So we won't be able to case, we won't be able to pattern match on that. Okay. And what is the nested thing? The nested error? Java IO exception. Okay. So we can use a guard. Yeah. I mean, definitely we could also do that. I just wanted to use the field. So it is here, get cause. Because red exception has a field, but it's private, right? So yeah, get cause. And get cause. Now we don't see anything else here. It's not passing any information beside the string. So get message. That's contains. So we're back to the code that we have seen mentioned on those forums. Messy, but will probably work. Okay, so for everything else, don't retry. And that is the complete policy. Should work. That's throwable. Oh, either. What is the problem? Found required throwable. Why any? Since block is throwable. Let's type it. Is it not compiling? Inference, I guess. But I thought this is a solved problem in Scala 3. Because if we have retry either, this method is curried, so it has two argument lists. This is first one, this is the second one, and we have this generic types on the method level. Oh, retry policy is not typed. How would it be typed? Okay. Well, no idea. It works. Let's get something working instead of thinking about why this requires explicit typing. Okay, so this method should now do 3 retries if we encounter an exception, read exception that contains go away. And nope. You know what? I set this yesterday, and I'm wondering whether it persisted, because it doesn't look like it did. Format unsafe. Okay, it is set. Cool, but it's not working. What is line identifier expected by Vol found? 84. What? Here is Scala FMT. Oh, maybe I have a wrong version of the language configured, and it just doesn't work with block functions. Let's see. Scala FMT. Is there a higher version? Probably. .381. Let's see. Dialect is set to Scala 3. Should be fine. Oh, okay. It did start to work. Cool. It was a problem with Scala FMT version. I just copied stuff. What is cheap viewers on Streambo? Why? Yeah, sure. See ya, Sigma Soyboy. Cheap viewers. There was a handler for that, yeah. And also block list. Cool. Handle goaways, and we are fine now. So we can just wrap that and hopefully makes our errors go away. Now, interesting bit is what happens if we do this? Oh, okay, it's fine. Apparently, we can do this way. Let's move the private method a bit lower. Fewer braces. Embracing fewer braces. Okay, so yeah, let's run it again and see whether this time it will also crash. Maybe it won't. I mean, currently it's not in the polite mode, so we are swamping the backend pretty quickly. But yeah, it's dev. Let's see. Okay, so back to the query question, which is much more important and less trivial and less, detail oriented. So, as I mentioned before, there's a question on how we want to approach the problem of having something to show in the frontal page, because we just have two tables. They are joinable, like you can see here, and we want to show projects with details about what we want a top level information. So let's see how this looks like here in Scaladex. So they don't really say which releases have releases for version 3 of the language. They don't say which artifacts have releases for those versions. On this level, when you see the list of projects, they just show you that this library has releases for those versions of the language and platforms. So both Scala.js 1.x and Scala.js 06, Scala Native 04, there will be 05 here soon-ish. It's just I can see that it hasn't been implemented yet. It isn't available here. So there will be a Scala Native 05, which brings which brings multi-threading to Scala native. So it's a big release, and it will be as a separate entry here. So I guess that on this frontal side here, that's what we want to have. We want to just have, like badges. Let's clean this up. Let's clean this up. Yeah, we want to have badges in this table. So like we would have, let's say, Scala.io or org type level, cats core, and we would have a bunch of Scala versions and platforms. Now, if we go here, it still preserves this information, but if we go here, we can check what is available for what. And yeah, that's kinda okay. So yeah, to some degree, I'm re-implementing this search in Scala Dex. Topics cats, Scala free, type level. Let's drop this and see whatever is there. Yeah, so you can see that, oh, this is very good example of the information that is available here. So there are all the platforms besides Scala Native 05. All the platforms are here. So just Scala language version, Scala JS version platform, and native version, and SBT plugin even, because Play Framework does have its own SBT plugin. Yeah, and it would make sense to show all of that somewhere here in this table, in this row, to show this bunch of information. What is most important for us is on this side whether libraries are on Scala free or not. So we have to somehow recreate this information out of this table. How do we aggregate that? We could do this using a join, because the stuff that is most important for us currently is in the artifacts table, because we are going to order stuff by release date, right? Now, release date, it's not the same date, because you can see how the release went for shapeless here. So some processes, some uploads started at the same time. Then there is a, what is it? It's a second, right? Second later another thing, then 2 seconds later another thing, and so on. So we can't aggregate only on release date, which is funny because the date is different. We would be forced to drop some precision, maybe, but that's shitty. You can't really have a guarantee that the dataset won't contain things that happen like 8:59 and 9:00. Like there's an hour switch. So and this problem moves up into the date level, because things can happen at midnight and then just after midnight. So losing precision doesn't really bring us anything. We could aggregate. So let's start with the artifacts table only. It's Command R? It's not Command R. Controller? No. Is there a shortcut to run? No. Okay. Oh, yeah, order by. Yeah. Oh, they have very interesting release date, indeed. A lot of those things has a very interesting release date. I'm guessing the data that is available in the API isn't that good. It's still going on, so it didn't fail. Okay, so in this with how fast it's going, we are probably going to scrape everything pretty quick. Order by desk. Okay, and yeah, it's back to shapeless. So we want an aggregation that would, in the same time, give us information about particular artifact, and it's kind of important because we can't. You can say that we aren't able to use artifact ID because it contains this suffix. So either we drop the suffix, but that is problematic. We can't be sure that if we can't add the first underscore, we can't be sure that there aren't any libraries that have underscore in the name. I guess, excuse me, there are some libraries that do have an underscore in the name. Even if we did it would be massively slow. The only option would be then to pre-process data before putting that in the table and hold the whole thing here. Now, we already have artifact name here, so we are fine. We don't have to group by on artifact ID. We can group on a group ID, artifact name, and I guess version, and aggregate language and platform. Now, it's antique data for me. I have to remind myself how to do that. Let's start with limit 10. Order by, group by was before that. Group by. Group ID. Artifact name. Version. Oh, it's a special keyword, apparently. What will happen if we don't have a we need an aggregate position. We can do a count and we'll get something from this. No? Release date. Oh, yeah. No. Yeah, we'll have to choose because we can't group on the artifact name. Desk, it has to go to, and let's see. Oh, count one. Awesome. Very useful. Count, but also show us something like, what happens if we do this? Oh, that doesn't work. Group ID, definitely. Artifact name. Release date. It won't work, right? Count. No. but we can't group by on that. So there was a way to just discard all of them and tell SQL to select value from first row. I just don't remember how we could do this. So what's the best way to do this now? Select all from artifacts, limit 50, and I just want to ask GPT about that. It will probably solve it much faster than me. Yeah, so the table, we have this table here. We're gonna just copy that and go to GPT. Okay. I can drop this comment, limit the amount of tokens in a way that oh, right. That's what is happening. That's also quite important here. Yeah. That's the problem, Mateusz. Yeah, I have to aggregate. There was a function, yeah. Now that you have reminded me, I don't think, maybe we don't need to query GPT. Because what I'm really interested in are language and platform. Do we need licenses? No, not really. We want to order but by release date. It's no. We have to do this in aggregation. We have to do ordering. I mean, we can the aggregation functions would be yeah values into array. That's one thing that we can do. But the thing is, I would like to take the last release date, the highest release date. So we had let's say order by release date. It will give us our dear shapeless again. Not on desk, sorry, desk. So it will give us desk, descending order on release date. We have shapeless, and out of all of this, I would like this date. This is the last release date. I don't really care about all of that. So I think it was first, something like that. Let's see what GPT comes with, comes up with, and I will Google for all the other functions, all the other values, but also orders in descending order on release date, column B. I think SQL is case insensitive, right? So my little fuck up here, it makes those names, just raw strings without the casing. It doesn't matter. So that's probably shitty. I should probably fix that. And all the other values, taking the first taking the value from first row, C, aggregate language and platform values from all aggregated rows into a set. Two sets. How can I do this? Oh yeah. Oh, CDEs and nested query and alright, aggregate distinct. Okay, that makes sense. Cool. Oh god. Yeah. Windowing. Is this windowing? Yeah. But that's just, returning. It's just creating row number. Oh, but it is using partition by. Let's see what this returns. Oh god, it's slow. It's very slow. Oh, hi Locker. I'm writing an app that will kind of look like this, and it will be an application to monitor the state of Scala ecosystem. So we want to have a tool that will allow us to see which libraries have already migrated to Scala 3, and we want to have a channel so that developers that are end users of those libraries are able to report back to us and tell us, oh, this library is a problem for us because it's blocking us from migration to Scala 3. So we are kind of in like a smaller version of Python 2 to 3 migration. Smaller because, well, we are using a strongly typed language, so breakage is much more manifest. It's easier to see that something doesn't work. But we still have a lot of effort going into republishing and fixing libraries. Well, not for Scala 3 only. Not for Scala 3 only, but it's something to track state of the ecosystem. And for starters, we just want to, for today, we just want to have libraries in the stable with, order by release date in a descending way. So, the latest libraries published most recently would be on top here. So we want to have this on per project basis, kind of like it is here. So it's a project, right? There's a lot of artifacts that belong to Play Framework project. We can see how many of them are there. You can see this here. But we want this, to be just on this side and have some buttons so that user can, mark that, okay, this library is a problem for me. I want this to be fixed. And I would like to have also a link to issues. So if there's an open issue for migration to Scala 3, I would like a link to that to be available in this table too. But that requires some scraping on GitHub too. So right now we are scraping Scaladex, and as you can see, it's going pretty well. We are scraping dev environment of Scaladex, but it's good enough to write software based on that, and we will scrape prod later on. There is a pull request that has to be merged and released too before we can scrape actual prod of Scaladex. And hopefully after we figure out all the use cases here and how it works, we will just if we have enough time, we will just bring this functionality back to Scaladex. Okay, so Is this query still going on? Oh my god, it is. That's not fast. Okay, I think we can safely assume that. The funny thing is, how many select all from select count artifacts? How far did we go? That's just a small percent. That's 200,000. We have 1.7 million, and it's already that slow. Okay, thank you, GPT. You know what? I think I tried figuring that out before. Let me quickly see. Okay. Oh god. Okay. So in my previous experiments, I have a a copy of this website when I was trying to build it before. I did something very similar to what GPT has just proposed. So something like CDE, but I was doing that on projects. There's a lot less, projects and artifacts. So it's oh god, this has to be very, very, very slow. Should we try that with explain? Maybe an aggregated values. Yeah. So there's a lot of stuff that we are aggregating on. Group ID, version, artifact name. That's just one. Release date. Does anyone recall if release date, ordering also takes indexes into account? I think it does. Let's ask GPT. This is very slow. It's so slow, just to motivate it, that I'm going to lose my job if we don't improve it. Maybe we should we ask it in open, make it an open question, or should we suggest applying indexes? Indices, I think, indexes. What was the correct form? Do we have any British people on the stream or Americans? I think indices. What can I? Let's do an open question. Let's see what it comes up with. What can I do to make it work faster? I will pay you $2,000. God forbid we will get to a point in time where GPT will just send us an invoice for that. You said you would pay. Okay, so it suggests to put in an aggregated index on columns on which we grade, makes sense, and a separate index on artifacts. I mean, on the release date. Yeah, let's do that. Definitely makes sense. No, oh, no comment out. We can't just comment it out. Oh, come on. Cool. Cool. Let's see how it... Oh, he changed the query. Okay, let's copy that, try and running that, and see what is in this query. Oh, it's not that slow, but it's still way too slow. It takes almost 2 seconds. And we don't have full size of this table yet. Okay, so we are at, it's still going on, and we are at 250,000, and there's 1.7 entries on prod. This is going to be very slow. I guess a lot of caching will have to be done to make it go faster. Or maybe we could just recompute that. Do materialized views, probably, after we finish scraping. Because the database doesn't really change. I mean, those tables don't really change. So I guess the best approach would be to create a table out of a query and store it as another table, but not as a dynamic view. It wouldn't be faster. Okay, let me grab a cup of tea, and I'll be back with you momentarily. Okay, welcome back. So, we're on a clock. It just turned out that my cat needs to visit a vet today, and we have to be there in an hour and 15 minutes. It's not far, so I guess we have 30 to 45 minutes tops. And I still wanted to, present some data on our main page. Deployment is done. That's not a problem. We've done that yesterday. We can, oh, god damn it. But data is a problem. We would have to import that data into the database on the Kubernetes cluster, or maybe not. We could just leave scraping in the background. It would just populate the table, and it seems to work if we handle this exception go away. So that's fine. We would just have to, take this whole scraping function that we have here and basically run it, drop the main annotation and run it from our main function. And, with Ox, we could just run it as a fork in background. It would be, I guess, pretty fine. So, cool. Question is, how do we get this data set into a shape which makes sense? So, first thing is to understand whether this query actually does what we want it to do. As it's created by GPT and might be completely stupid. Select distinct on. Okay. Second line, I already don't have any idea whether this is correct or not. So this is a CDE, and this is the so to say main query. It's grouping on everything. What the hell? How is this faster? Okay, so this prepares this table. We can debug such a query by just taking this CDE and running it as a separate script, and we can see what is the thing that it returns, if it returns anything, depending on whether it needs to be in a CDE. It's also not very fast. Release date. Okay, order by release date. That's a problem. Or is it problem? Why are we ordering by group ID, version, artifact name? Release date descending. That's not even close to be similar to what we get if we run. No, so it's garbage. I can already say it's mostly garbage. All from artifacts group order by release date desk take 20 and this what take limit. Sorry, excuse me. I use Scala. Okay, so we have stuff that was released today and yesterday in the evening. That's fine. Now this thing, given that it orders on stuff that is irrelevant, it doesn't do that. Okay, so select distinct on express must match initial. Okay, so this won't do what we want. And this does something absolutely horrible. Release date from it's all over the place. Now I mean, those aren't even remotely close to what we want. I don't want to call it quits. I want to get to something that works. And I don't want to simplify. Because, we could simplify by doing a simple group by, I guess. Could we? So, no, not the GPT, not the beaver. Let's see, what functions do we have? Array ag. So this will return an aggregation of values, average, no, every. Bool end. Yeah, makes sense. Is there a first? Or not really? Distinct on. Oh, distinct on does exactly that. Okay. So how does it work? So this subquery, I think the problem is I think it's got it twisted around, because we want to group by on that. I think it might be doing that here. Oh no, it's doing something even. What's the explanation for this? Okay, first row uses this thing on select first row for the combination based on release date in descending order. It isn't. I mean, it possibly is, but this order by clause, it takes too many things into consideration. So maybe we need, oh my god, another subquery, internal subquery to do this. Something that, because this is the end result that we want. This release table, I mean this table with release date is exactly what we want to get. Is it stable? Oh, it's not stable because we get new entries. Distinct on. No, that probably doesn't do what we want. Where's this function? It's not mentioned here. First value? Well, was it removed? It's not mentioned here. I mean, maybe he means other functions in this. So within group order by z. my god. What can we do? Okay. Down. It's a common problem, I have to say. I always get into those cities. So the Stington. Okay. Okay, so this is what comes into aggregation. Okay. But I don't want to. I want to group by this and not an order only by release date. No. It must match it. So the end result of this query is it to any degree similar to what we want to get? Release date? No. 2017. It's complete garbage. It's not even close. What's even worse, it just goes into the past. It starts in 17. And GPT had a different idea before with this row number. I guess this must be very slow with this. Let's see how it now behaves after we have added those indices. Still slow. At least this thing is consistent. Oh, this is bad. This is bad. So if we just group by, my brain is too fried to work in a less iterative way and to just figure it out in one big. What's going on? I can't edit it. Okay, I can. I can't figure that out in one go, so we'll probably need to iterate on that, and the clock is still ticking. That's bad. If we do something like that, group ID, artifact name, version. That doesn't work. Okay, but we can now select group ID, artifact ID, version, oh, I mean artifact name, my bad. Oh, it must appear in the group by. Oh, that's bad. So we need a subquery. Oh, okay. And the subquery, I guess it has to do some kind of selection and so on. Hey chat, do we have a SQL wizard present? No, not really. I don't have any good idea how we can approach this. I know this approach that GPT is proposing is kind of good. It's just slow, even with indices. It will be relatively slow. But as I mentioned, we can run it as a job and rebuild a table out of that, and use this table to populate data into maybe now. It's still an open question. It can be even very slow. It can run for several seconds. It doesn't matter. What's the count now? Oh shit! It's almost 2 times bigger than it was. So any real query will be very slow. Okay, let's provide a constructive criticism to GPT. This query ignores the actual ordering based on column. What I need are rows that are really the latest entries in the table. Let's see what it says. Optimize query. Okay. Partition order by release date. This kind of makes sense. I've seen this already. Partition by though the 3 columns that we are interested in, and that's the CTE. We are taking row number as Rn, and this will make sense. We can always take the first one. Now, proper question here is, okay, this actually might do something relatively sensible. might. It's a big might, but let's see. Oh, it's slow. But okay, if it works, it doesn't matter. If it works, we can run that in background and basically store it as a tape. We don't have a limit because maybe that's a problem. We should probably limit that. Where's stop in this application? So I recall that I've installed this application, the dbeaver, because everyone on the internet said that it's the best thing since sliced bread. Is this? No. Oh, it's just cancel. 47. Let's say limit 10, right? Why is it? Oh my god. No. I have to find how to turn this off. Cancel operation time. I don't care. Right, limit. We can't limit that. Oh, we can. Okay, it's not a problem. What do we have here? Release date. Oh, that's kind of close to what we want to get, I guess. What? Yeah, well, to some degree, we all have to check this data. So it dropped row ID. We don't need that. That's true. Let's see what we get if we run this CTE subquery. What? Okay. Cat boost Spark. It gets 2 row numbers. Is there a version? It's that 2.4 artifact. Cat was Spark 2.3, 2.4, 2.4. Are we catching this, by the way? Because it's quite important. So we have a group ID, we have a version, an artifact name, and that's probably fine. So both 2.4 rows have different row number. Okay, Cass wanted to get out. Okay, this looks promising. So yeah, over with partition with 3 columns that we want to group on, order by, release date, and this gives us. So I guess first we'll have a little slower release date. Yeah, that is true. No. What? Oh, yeah, but we wanted descending order. Yeah, makes sense. That's fine. So this one is slightly younger. And this, it's the same date, just a bit different hour. This one was released almost an hour later. Okay, so this subquery seems to do what we want it to do. It just has this thing. Now we have this main query, and it uses it takes latest entries. Cool. What's the runtime of this? 2.5 seconds. Okay. Acceptable. Definitely acceptable. With a limit, obviously. I guess if we drop the limit, it's gonna stop being that nice. Oh. Cool. Very good. Now, what is a little bit worrying for me is that languages and platforms that are not aggregated. Something that would what would make a good example of that? We could add a where here. I guess Chimney is good enough to show this because Chimney is published on everything, right? So, I can't. Stop lowercase. Yes, the most schizophrenic thing. No, general editors, SQL editor, SQL formatting. Stop doing that. That's MindMug, the beaver. And what is the path? General editors, SQL editor. General, it's in settings. General editors, SQL editor. Formatting. Format active query. Convert keyword case. Where is it? Convert keyword case. Do not do that. Stop and never try again. Code formatting. Is it here? No. Keyword case default. Oh, you can't disable that. Why? Wait, did it change? SQL formatting. Auto format. There was something like that. Database editor SQL completion auto format section. SQL completion. Okay, code completion. Maybe. Enable auto completion. Activate on typing. Auto insert proposal. Oh, God damn it. No. Insert case. I don't know. Uppercase. I mean default. I just want keywords. So this option was the best thing. Fuck it. Let's just change it to upper and let's see. Cool. I'm fine with that. I don't care. If it does that, it's good. I want keywords in, capitals. So where group ID, I guess it's IO Scala. Yeah. And artifact name chimney. Cool. Okay. Release date. Okay, row number. Can we order that again? Turns out that we can. Okay, but that messes up the RN ordering, doesn't it? But yeah, huh. Okay, so in this table we wouldn't see. Yeah, I'm still going. Not for long anymore. I have to grab my cat and get it to the vet in a moment. And I guess I'll call it a day after that. So this is still borked. I mean, ordering is probably fine. But I have to drop this clause. It's probably not really helping right now. Because things are now... Okay, so we have... Let's look at the latest ones. It's RC1, and we want... Oh. There's just one artifact of each type, which is fine. We are grouping by... Cool. We are grouping by group ID, artifact name, and version. So all things that are released in RC1 will have correct row number depending on release date, and yeah, that makes sense. So it took 6 seconds for everything to get published, from what I can see. And we have them in correct order. The latest is the first, row number first. This is fine, cool. This does exactly what I wanted for it to do. This main query, on the other hand, can we apply the same where and see how it looks like? Maybe we can. And okay. So thing is, okay, RC1, that doesn't do what we wanted. So for we only have a one row for this version, which is fine. It's the aggregation kicking in, but I wanted languages to have everything aggregated here. And if we come on, if we take a look here, RC1 has a lot of languages available. I mean, a lot of language versions, because that's what this column signify. What are we doing? Well, we are trying to figure out a sensible way to build the table that will contain information regarding what the releases contain. So what is the what versions of the language, or what platforms are there available for any given release, and we want the query to return latest releases. So out of this two-table database, we want to pull out information about latest releases with all the details about what those releases were released for, and language version, platform. So current problem is these two bits, they don't aggregate as they should. That should be an aggregated column containing all those languages, and we can see that being a case here. So all those RC1 rows, they have different language versions and different platforms. This is, even if it works, because we are rolling it up to, like, this is the row, this is the result of this aggregation, we are still rolling it up to something that looks pretty shitty because I mentioned that before. This is the actual correct information about what is available for what, right? And if we roll that up to just two separate sets, we lose this information. It's grouped too much. Problem is that it isn't really. I mean, it dropped information about what is happening here. Yeah. Still doing that. So it's just taking the first thing. Like here, it's 212 and SJS, is it that? Yeah, and SJS 1. So it's taking, it took stuff from this row instead of aggregating all of that stuff. And we had distinct here, you know, to prevent it. To prevent it from taking duplicates, because, you know, multiple 212s, multiple to 3.x, and the same is here. We want to, you know, just have information that, well, this library is released for Scala 3 and is also released for native, for JVM and Scala.js. And if you group by version artifact name, for instance, and then do RIAG, it should, yeah, well, it should, yeah, that's the point. So we are using a CTE, and this CTE, we have tested the CTE. It's here. It does exactly what we want it to do. And it uses row number over a partition. This is the partition that we wanted, by the way, which is partitioned by group ID, version, and artifact name with order by release date, descending order. That's exactly what we wanted. And we have a row number, which is, oh, for fuck's sake, I'm just stupid. Oh god, we are taking query row number 1. Okay, so the main query is dump. Main query is dump. And so am I. Okay. Let me just quickly ask my fiancé when we want to leave. And question is, what can we do? Because this row number 1, we wanted to grab the latest release date, this date. For this, we want the latest, you know, latest, I mean, the last release date at which this particular artifact was released. I mean, this set of artifacts. For this version, for this group ID and artifact name. So we want this date. We want this date in the final release row. For this version, this should be the date, and I think it is 337. Yeah, it must be, because we are doing row number equals 1, so it just takes equals none. It just takes all the data from the row equals 1. That's not really what we wanted. Question is how we can fix that. Maybe row number is faster, but maybe we could tag them with something unique. Yeah, I could. But the problem, can we do max for everything? Maybe I'm doing something completely stupid here. So if we don't do this, if we don't use the CTE, yeah, let's see. If we just do, because your proposal is that we should just group by the stuff that we need to group by, but then there's a problem. the problem is that we cannot, if we group by these 3 columns, we can't order without taking them into group by. And we don't want to group by on release date. Okay, like I mentioned, I'm just gonna skip out for a moment and ask about that when we have to leave. Okay, welcome back. And grim news is that we want to leave in 20 minutes, so I have like maybe 10 minutes left. My fiancé will grab the cat. Just going. Could you nested case when statements to get the results you're looking for? Maybe. I'm not sure. I can't visualize how that would look like. So yeah, the end goal is I just want to have latest release date in the aggregate table. This is fine actually. So I have a single row for this group ID, this version, and this artifact name. This is what we wanted. There's a single row for 100M7 release. Now, artifact ID, we could probably just completely skip it. It's not important and it's just, messing with our heads because it's not what we are looking for. We're interested in this release, actually, in this version. And release date, okay, it takes the release date, that's fine. It takes the release date from this row. This is the row which has the highest release date in this grouping. This is the grouping for the RC1, all the rows. Now, what it does wrong, the only thing it does wrong currently, is that it doesn't aggregate. I am doing. This is a group by over, a winnowing function over a partition is doing a group by. And it does this group by creating a row number. Now, I'm thinking about this now, and it's probably not what we really want in the end, because in the end, if we do a where clause here, it takes only stuff that was, maybe we could aggregate this here, and then we would have all the information here. I don't know. We can try. I don't think this will work, but you don't know until you try. Let's see. Oh, cool. It's not in the group by clause interpretation. By fuck. So won't work. So it doesn't even. There's no need to bother with that. God damn it. How do we get this? Because aggregation on those two columns is what I really need. And I want them, internally. Well, not precisely. It does that. Group by row number. Row number, group ID, artifact name, project. But if I do that, I mean, this is probably dumb, right? Group ID, artifact name. Artifact ID actually is irrelevant. I don't want it. Artifact ID is something that we don't want to be distinct. So you can see this here. Oh shit, we've broke that. Let's run it. So artifact ID is something that is different for all those rows, but I want aggregation on RC1. So artifact ID is not necessary. Version. Version is important. Group ID, version, artifact name, project. If we do this, I guess, why would we do project, by the way? It doesn't do stuff, yeah, because we now, okay, project. But if we do this, it doesn't help because we can't select those things. I can live without this. This is an important field. I need release date. And, well, fuck licenses. But it still won't work. Yeah, release date is not in the clause. Yeah, well, I can't group by release. Because release dates are very different between all those things. So that's the pickle. I just want to take the first, the last release date. Row number doesn't help. I mean, it's probably also broken because I'm doing something like that here, but it shouldn't change much. Yeah, because release date is not in the group by. Yeah, it should be. It should be. I fully agree. It's just that I wanted it to be this particular. If we have this, if we have this set of rows and we are aggregating that, I just want to get this version. I mean, release date. Sorry. So for all those rows, I don't care about artifact ID. I care about artifact name, project. I don't care. I don't really care. Well, maybe it would be nice to get foreign key, but I think we are going to query the other way, and we want to get release date, latest one. because you might think, okay, well, release dates, do they matter? Not really, not really. But I've seen examples today that releases had for the same version, for the same set of artifacts, there was a difference between different versions for the same release. In the release date, there was almost an hour of a difference. And is it really important? Probably not. It's probably just my OCD kicking in. But if the release completed, so the last artifact was pushed on a different date, like somebody started a release on, let's say, 1st of March and finished that on 3rd of March, I would still prefer to use the 3rd of March. Yeah, well, it's just, it's 7 seconds, right? I mean, minutes. It's minutes, right? No, it's seconds. So it took 6 seconds to complete. Okay, it's bad, and I have to be at my vet's in 25 minutes. So I'm very sorry. It doesn't matter if you want the greatest one. Just do max in your masquerade. But if I want to do max, I have to include it into the group buy, and I don't want to do that. No. Oh, well, wait. You might be right. You are probably right. If I do that, it's already aggregation, right? Well, order buy. I can't order the buy. Still bad. It's an aggregating function. Yeah, but no, I still don't have that. Okay, it has to be reworked, and I have to have a bit, a fresher head to work with that. So unfortunately, I have to call it quits for today, and I'll give you all a shout when we're restarting this, hopefully soon. So thank you all for watching, and see you soon. Cheers.